All right, guys, welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome if you are new. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. And thank you, as always, for waiting patiently as the intro kind of just does its thing and lets people file in. Also gives me a little bit of extra time to get my coffee ready and all that good stuff. Today we have, I think, some pretty interesting topics to go over and discuss when it comes to PlayStation. I think we have about, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4. We have about 4 total topics that we're going to be discussing. Some of them, I think, a little bit more significant than others, but some of them certainly will lead us into some interesting directions when it comes to the type of conversations and discussions we are going to have today. So, now, before I give you a rundown of the topics, I want to first just extend a big thank you to everybody who continues to support the channel, to support the streams. It's very much appreciated. I'm only able to do this, and it is a dream come true after all. Thanks to you guys. Thanks to this amazing community. So, shout out to all of you. I see that we have a couple of super chats right off the bat here, which I'm going to get to momentarily. I will let you know that the first topic we're going to be talking about today is Sony putting out a PlayStation blog post where they are beginning their major holiday push. Okay, this is something that shouldn't come as a surprise, but they're putting out an entire blog post and they're really focusing on how the stock shortage is 100% over. I mean, I feel like it's obvious that it's been over for a while, but they're really emphasizing it now. And I think that they're really looking to just kind of move a lot of units. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about PS4 and PS5 Twitter, or X, formerly known as Twitter, support being abruptly removed, and it's coming to an end. And there is actually an explanation for this. It's quite unfortunate, but there is an explanation. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about how Phil Spencer recently said that the PlayStation community is pretty much a part of the Xbox community. And this is a really interesting quote from Phil because I think that it has some pretty heavy implications about the direction that Microsoft is going in and how PlayStation might actually play a role in that. So I want to discuss that. I also want to talk about Silent Hill 2 Remake because there was something that came out recently regarding Pyramid Head and his origin, and it really got a lot of people very concerned about, what are they doing? Are they going to mess this up? And Konami was very quick to talk about this and let people know what's going on here. So, yeah, that's a brief rundown of what we're going to be talking about today. But before I go any further, I do just want to let you guys know a couple of ways you can help support the channel, support the content, and support the community. As I said, simply watching, whether it's live or later on, helps tremendously. Hitting that like button. Guys, if you want to just simply let me know that you enjoy the streams and you also want to help the stream out by getting it out there in front of new viewers, hitting that like button is the simplest and best way to do that. So let's see if we can get up to 100 likes. I would greatly appreciate that. But there are 3 ways you can support my channel and my content directly. As I said, I do rely on you guys for that support. And there are 3 ways. Number 1, become a channel member. By doing so, you get access to some exclusive perks. If you are already a channel member, you can consider gifting channel memberships. It's a big thing we do on the channel. And it's a very kind thing that some viewers do here frequently, and they're essentially the sponsors of the channel by doing that. If you're not interested in the membership gifting stuff or the memberships in general, you can also consider donating a super chat, like a couple of generous individuals have already done here. You can ask a question, make a statement, give an opinion, everything in between, and it always kind of leads us into different directions over the course of our conversations and discussions. So there you go. A big thank you to everybody who continues to show their support. With that being said, I'm going to read the first super chat here from PlayStation Pete with a $10 super chat. Thank you for that, buddy. He says, MBG, my wife got me Final Fantasy 16 Deluxe Edition for my birthday, which is on Monday. Well, happy birthday, man. You're saying, by the way, when the PS2 launched, the stand was sold separately. For some reason, I'm not able to buy memberships on Safari. Well, acknowledging the first thing, like I said, happy birthday, man. Getting Final Fantasy 16 Deluxe Edition, I'd say that's a pretty good birthday gift, honestly. That's something that I think we talked about this a little bit yesterday. You're going to enjoy that a lot, and that's a good gift from your wife, certainly. You mentioned the PS2 launched with a stand that was sold separately. You know what's funny when you mention that is I actually completely forgot that that was a thing that happened. I had no idea. I mean, I feel like for the longest time, I had no idea that there actually was a vertical stand you could purchase for the PS2. Anytime I saw, I mean, it was rare, but anytime I saw PS2 standing up vertically, it was just somebody putting it vertical, right? Like there was no stand. And I think with the PlayStation 5 Slim, you'll be able to do that. You will be able to stand this console up, the Slim that is, without a vertical stand. It's not necessary. I think it's just for added stability, similar to the way it was with the PlayStation 2. But yeah, that's definitely something worth mentioning, that this is actually not unheard of. This is something that Sony has done before, which I think, again, it's just something that's very easily forgotten about. And you mentioned here that you're not able to buy, or I guess you're saying like gift memberships on Safari. When it comes to membership gifting, the support is not fully there when it comes to Apple and iOS. So PlayStation Pete, if it's something you really do want to do here on the channel, if you want to gift memberships to the community, the best way to do it is by maybe doing it through desktop, if that's, you know, on your PC if you're able to, or through Android if you have any Android devices. Using Safari on an iPhone or an iPad should be a proper workaround, but I know it doesn't work sometimes for some people. So no pressure either way, man. Any support you show at all is greatly appreciated. And I really appreciate the super chat, PlayStation Pete. We have Sal here with a $10 super chat as well. Really appreciate it, man. You're saying, looking forward to getting my PlayStation Portal next week. Yes, absolutely, man. The PlayStation Portal is going to be releasing next week, and I have to tell you guys, I did end up securing one. Maybe it's the FOMO, I'm not sure, but I started to see that it was selling out, and I started to get a little bit nervous. Like, what if this device becomes really difficult to get your hands on once it sells out? What if it's something that Sony's not planning on like restocking that often? So yeah, I pulled the trigger, and hopefully, like, I was kind of surprised to see I had to pre-order it through, I think, Walmart, and they still had it available. And I was like, okay, well, you know what? I've ordered things through Walmart before. I've gotten games through Walmart before, so I'll pre-order it. The only thing about it is it's going to arrive 2 days later. It's going to arrive on the 17th, but I'm not stressing over it. It's not a big deal, but I'm looking forward to trying it out. I actually have a couple of use cases that I'm looking forward to experimenting with, and definitely talking to you guys about it, giving my thoughts on it, letting you know if this thing is actually good or not, or if it feels like it was worth the $200. It'll be, I think, a good conversation. And I know a lot of you, like Sal, are very much looking forward to getting your hands on this device. I know, again, it's been, I don't want to say a controversial device. I feel like that's a little bit, I feel like it's a bit extra, but I know that there has been some conversations about, like, you know, is this thing worth it? Is it pointless? But I can tell you, man, there's quite a few people I've come across that are very much looking forward to this device. And when I give my thoughts, I'm also going to be very interested to hear what you guys have to say about it once we get to that bridge. So really appreciate the super chat, Sal. Thanks again for that, bud. And you'll have to let me know next week what you think of the Portal when you finally get to play it. And we have a $2 super chat here from Kipford, who says, can't watch now, will later, but just saying F Xbox. Kipford always has to just get that in there. I appreciate it either way, man. It's just a running joke we have here, of course, but it's very kind of you to just drop that $2 super chat. Spacey, you're saying MBG loves anything with a PlayStation logo. Not necessarily. I don't know if I'm going to love the Portal. I did talk to you guys about how at first I talked about how I was going to buy the Portal, and then I started to question that, and I stepped back, and I'm like, you know what? Maybe I'll hold off on it. But I did decide to just pull the trigger, and I'm not sure if I'm going to love it. To be honest, what I'm expecting from the Portal is not to hate it, but I am going to be interested to see if it's something that I have an actual desire to use um, relatively frequently, and I'll let you know. The first thing I'm going to do with it when I get it is I actually game in this room here a lot, 99% of the time. My wife has a PlayStation 5, and we play games together sometimes, and sometimes I use the PS5 out there in the living room as well. But I kind of want to see if I can get a scenario running where, I can just kind of play what it is I want to play while hanging out with my wife, while maybe she's playing what she wants to play, and just see how that works. That's absolutely a use case scenario for me. And so, yeah. Oh, you're saying many moons ago I worked at Walmart unloading the trucks. We'd be throwing the boxes. Oh man, I hope hopefully hopefully it doesn't happen to my PlayStation Portal, man. I mean, Walmart's been they've been pretty good for the few times that I've ordered from them when it comes to gaming related stuff. I haven't had any big problems, and so hopefully there aren't any problems with the PlayStation Portal. That would be quite unfortunate. Yeah, get it out of the box, like the screen's cracked. That'd be terrible. But PlayStation Portal will be great on the toilet. There you go. Yeah, I'll have to give that a shot. I'm going to stream myself playing some Dead by Daylight while on the toilet onto the channel here. Wait, are you able to do that? Are you able to stream from the PlayStation Portal? I feel like you can't. I feel like you can't do that. But anyway, we have Lester C. Big shout out to Lester C for dropping a $20 super chat, man. That's very generous of you, very kind, and I very much appreciate that type of support, buddy. You're saying, I'm new to the channel, but I just wanted to say, keep up with the great content. I really do enjoy it. Well, that means a lot to me, bud. It does. As I say, I love being able to do this. I love talking to you guys about PlayStation, about gaming, about the industry, about games in general. And I do rely on you for that support. And you're saying you're new to the channel. Welcome, man. I hope you're here for the long haul, as with everybody else, because I'm sure there are many, many interesting, exciting, and at the very least, discussion-inducing things that will be happening in the coming months and the coming years. I think that's a sure thing. So, Lester, really glad to hear that you're enjoying the content. And yeah, I appreciate the super chat, bud. Good stuff. Let's see. Before I dive into the first topic, just scanning over the chat here. Is the Steam Deck a flop too? I feel like the Steam Deck is definitely not a flop, right? Like, I think people are really enjoying it. See, that's the thing, man, is the PlayStation Portal is tethered to the PS5. So the big question is whether or not Sony's going to want to pursue creating a dedicated PlayStation handheld device that is not tethered to the PS5. I feel like it's going to have to be inevitable because Sony is putting more of their games onto PC, right? And they're doing this knowing that more and more of these PlayStation PC games are becoming Steam Deck verified. And it's kind of strange, right? Like, it's kind of strange. I can buy a Steam Deck, or was it like a ROG Ally? I think that's another handheld that just came out. I can play Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. I can play The Last of Us Part 1. I can play God of War 2018 and soon probably, well, I don't want to say for sure, but my assumption is that Horizon Forbidden West, it's going to release on PC. I imagine that's going to become Steam Deck verified at some point. So it's just so weird that, like, you can play these PlayStation games natively on a handheld that's not produced by Sony. And I think to a lot of people, that's why they're just sitting back kind of wondering, like, Sony, you're putting more and more of your games on PC. You have live service games that are going to release day one on PC. But then again, we do have to consider maybe Sony is completely fine with just leaving that to the third-party manufacturers. But from my point of view, just talking about the Portal for or closing out talking about the Portal here. I think this is the beginning, the early stages of Sony looking to get back into the handheld space in a little bit, in a more serious way. Kipford is saying it is definitely not a joke when I say FX Box. Damn, Kipford. Kipford letting us know. I mean, hey, man. To each their own, right? Everybody's entitled to their opinion, bro. I hear you. I hear you. All right, so we are going to dive into the first topic. And once again, guys, we now have over 430 people watching and hanging out, which is incredible to see. Take a second of your time, hit that like button. It would be greatly appreciated. I want to start here with a new PlayStation blog post that just came out today. This was written up by Andrea Perez, Senior Vice President, Brand, Product, and Services Marketing. The title says, Celebrating the Holiday Season with Blockbuster Games, New Hardware Products, and More PS5 Console Inventory Than Ever Before. They say next week marks the third year since the PS5 launched. My God, where's the time go, guys? I knew that, but just reading it like that, it'd be the 3 years since the PS5 launched. It feels like just yesterday I made the unboxing video and streamed Demon Souls. Crazy stuff, man. Anyway, it says next week marks the third year since PS5 launched, and we wanted to take this opportunity to thank the more than 40 million players who've joined our global PS5 community. In these first 3 years, PlayStation Studios and third-party developers have introduced more than 2,500 PS5 games for players to enjoy, including fan-favorite titles in recent months like Spider-Man 2, Baldur's Gate 3, and Final Fantasy 16. We are entering a holiday season with more console supply than we've had since the launch of the PS5, including a new PS5 model in a smaller form factor. Players can also find PS5 bundles for Spider-Man 2, EA Sports FC 24, and Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. And below this, it's worth noting they did put out a new ad for the PS5, and they are featuring the PS5 Slim in this ad. It's kind of, it's kind of what you've come to expect from Sony when it comes to them putting out these PS5 ads. It's showing off all their big hitter games, God of War, Horizon. I did see Ghost of Tsushima in there, The Last of Us. I saw Ratchet and Clank, and there were others as well. So that's on the official PlayStation channel if you want to check it out. They continue in this blog post by saying, to celebrate this moment, we're welcoming gamers around the world to experience the emotional power of immersive play on PS5 with our new spot, Feel It Now on PlayStation 5. And that's the ad that they're referencing. Through the creative imagination of developers and innovative use of console features like 4K visuals, 3D audio, the ultra high-speed SSD, and the DualSense controller's haptic feedback and adaptive triggers, gaming on the PS5 evokes heightened sensations. Our latest spot highlights the breadth of emotions players feel while exploring PS5 worlds. From a snapshot of fear, coming face-to-face with a clicker from The Last of Us Part 1, to the joy of meeting the Mooncalves from Hogwarts Legacy and befriending a Frostwolf in Final Fantasy 16. They continue here by saying players in the US, UK, France, Germany, Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg, Austria, Italy, Spain, and Portugal can visit PlayStation Direct to buy a PS5 console, games, and accessories directly from PlayStation, which I think pretty much everybody knew that at this point. And they also say here that it's available at local retailers. They continue by saying expanding the best games lineup in PlayStation history. Since swinging into our living rooms last month, Marvel Spider-Man 2 has captivated players with its epic storyline, 2 playable superheroes, and visually stunning New York. In the past 12 months, PlayStation Studios and our partners have delivered a steady stream of critically acclaimed hits, including God of War Ragnarok, Assassin's Creed Mirage, Diablo 4, Hogwarts Legacy, Horizon Call of the Mountain, MK1, Jedi Survivor, Street Fighter 6, Humanity, and remakes of Dead Space and RE4. These extraordinary experiences add to the best lineup of games in our history, which already includes fan-favorite PlayStation console exclusives like The Last of Us Part 1, FF16, GT7, Returnal, Demon's Souls, Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, and Final Fantasy 16 Remake. So they say here, meanwhile, the game catalog for PlayStation Plus Extra, Premium, and Deluxe members continues to refresh monthly with popular titles like Forbidden West, Ghostwire Tokyo, Sea of Stars, and more. So I just, obviously this is all reading like one long advertisement, which it absolutely is. But, you know, they have this image here of all these games that are available. Um, and they also just ran down this list of all the games that specifically came out this year. And it's a nice refresher, honestly, to kind of just look at everything. Not just that we've gotten on the PS5 this generation so far, but also this year. I've been saying how 2023 has been an absolutely insane year for games. Like, I still, even right now, I'm playing Alan Wake 2, and it's like, man, it is just not stopping, right? It's still not over, and the year is coming to an end. It's just been nonstop this entire year. But even looking at this image, you know, they're throwing up all these different games, man. Astro's Playroom, they got Demon Souls, Death Stranding, Hogwarts Legacy, Elden Ring, FF7 Remake Integrate, FF16, Ghost of Tsushima, God of War, Goodbye Volcano High, Humanity, GT7. I mean, Kena Bridge of Spirits, Ratchet and Clank, Returnal. I feel like Returnal doesn't get mentioned enough. I haven't been talking enough about Returnal. Sifu, Stray, Mortal Kombat 1, the Neo Collection. I mean, it's impressive, man. Like, I know we talk all the time about what Sony's doing business-wise, what Microsoft's doing business-wise, what Nintendo's doing, the competitive aspect, the future, but it's just kind of a nice refresher to look back and realize, man, yeah, there have been a lot of great games, truthfully. It says here, innovative new products coming this holiday. This holiday, we're also introducing a range of new hardware products and accessories that unlock new ways to play, including the PlayStation Portal Remote Player, which we talked about. And a lot of you guys are excited for that. Pulse Explorer wireless earbuds and the Access controller for PS5. I actually forgot about that. Yeah, Sony's going to be releasing their accessibility controller on top of everything else. Man, Sony has just been... Is it just me, or has Sony absolutely put the pedal to the metal when it comes to PlayStation hardware this year? I mean, this is kind of crazy, right? Like, not only are we getting the Explorer earbuds, the PS5 Slim now, and the PlayStation Portal. Now we got PSVR 2, we got the DualSense Edge. I just feel like Sony has absolutely... I mean, they're killing it, honestly. And they got the Access controller. Give their hardware team a, I don't know, maybe a raise just for all the stuff they've been able to produce so rapidly. It's impressive. Yeah, and the new Elite headphones coming out next year. By the way, I meant to ask you guys, because we've been talking a lot about the Portal. How many of you guys are planning to get the PlayStation Explorer earbuds? Is that something you're interested in? For me personally, that is actually the thing I'm most excited about. I've been waiting for Sony to make a product like this, a premium set of earbuds, that are made for the PS5. You can use them on anything, but I'm hoping they live up to it. I'm hoping they're worth it. I think those are coming out December 6th. And a PS5 Pro next year. Absolutely. Yeah, true. I forgot about that too. The in-zone monitors, the in-zone headsets. What are they doing over there? What are they doing over there? They're going nuts. They're going nuts. All right, let's see. They're about to close out the article here, or the blog post. They say, with these new products alongside PlayStation VR 2 and the DualSense Edge controller, gamers can enhance their PS5 experience with more innovative options than ever before in PlayStation console history. So obviously that's they're marketing this stuff here, but to me that actually is something I've noticed is, yeah, they seem to be offering more hardware products than ever before at one time for PlayStation, which I think most PlayStation fans actually appreciate, because no one's forcing you to buy any of these things. They're just options if you want them. And then finally it says, more amazing games on the horizon. While 2023 has been an epic year for gaming, there are even more great games to look forward to next year, including Helldivers 2, Concord. They mentioned Concord. Yo, really quick. I mean, I know that this is at the very bottom. That is the first time Sony has acknowledged Concord's existence since May of this year. So that's actually, I didn't know that. I'm reading this for the first time. So Sony is reconfirming here that Concord is launching next year. I I wonder if it's going to come out in the first half of 2024 because they're mentioning Concord here with games like Helldivers 2, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Tekken 8, Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, Pacific Drive, and more. They say, we're grateful to all of our fans for your continued support and can't wait for you to experience all the exciting new games and products on PS5 this holiday and beyond. So, yeah, just a pretty decent blog post write-up, I would say, from Sony. Again, it's very much an advertisement, of course, but I appreciate it. I appreciate them kind of, outlining everything like that. And there we go, man. Concord is still on track for next year, possibly the first half. We have Arnie Vesper with a super chat who says, what PlayStation Studio game are you looking forward to the most? That's a great question and a difficult question to answer, frankly. I mean, the first game that comes to my mind just automatically, this is why it's such a difficult question to answer, because there are two games that immediately spring up in my mind. The first, and I feel like this is an obvious one, it feels like kind of a cop-out, is Wolverine. But I'm not going to say Wolverine just because I feel like that's the most obvious. But I have to emphasize that it really is my level of excitement for what this Wolverine game could potentially be is significantly higher than even a lot of other PlayStation games. So that's worth noting. But the second one is absolutely Ghost of Tsushima 2, right? I feel like Sucker Punch, you guys know, I was kind of blown away by what they did with Ghost of Tsushima. I know that to a lot of people, they feel like it wasn't a perfect game, or it played it pretty safe with a lot of the things it was doing, it being an open world. But there are so many aspects of Ghost of Tsushima that I thought was just absolutely incredible. And knowing that they've been working on this game all this time, and I don't know that it's going to be coming out next year or even 2025, but man, I really want to see what Sucker Punch can do next with Ghost of Tsushima and with the character of Jin Sakai. I really enjoyed the story of Ghost of Tsushima. So, putting Wolverine aside here, Ghost of Tsushima 2 from Sucker Punch, that has to be my most anticipated. But a couple of runner-ups, as always, Blue Point. I thought Blue Point did just a phenomenal job with Demon's Souls. And the fact that Blue Point is apparently not doing a remake next. They're not doing a remake. Instead, they are doing a something original, right? I don't know if they're going to be doing like Uncharted or something like people, still think maybe something related to Bloodborne. When I say original, by that I mean like something that already exists but continuing it. So Blue Point's up there as well with a studio that I'm very eager to see what they're working on. But truth be told, almost every PlayStation studio, I'm at a point where we know so little about PlayStation studios and what's coming next that as much as I appreciate this little refresher from Sony and the PlayStation blog and letting it, going over many of the games that we've enjoyed and are still enjoying now, it's just one of those things where there's so many studios that Sony has that we just haven't heard from and we know so little about. So you could probably say almost every PlayStation studio, I'm very much looking forward to what they have to reveal and what they're going to say. But Wolverine and Ghost of Tsushima 2 are definitely fighting for the number one spot. So thank you for that, Arnie Vesper. Good question. We also have Nick Eston, or Easton, however you say it, with a $5 super chat. He says, how many sets do you have? It seems like you're in a different spot every time I watch. I got like different setups in every room of my home. And sometimes I just switch stuff around. No, it looks so much different because I had to completely rearrange the room I'm in because of the desk I'm using. I upgraded my desk. It is significantly larger, which helps me a ton all around. But I did realize as I was putting the desk together that I'm like, I have to figure something else out here. But I also kind of was okay with settling on this because it brings me back to like when I first started streaming, or for like the longest time. I don't know. To me, it's kind of more of the classic MBG streaming format when I first like went on camera. At least that's kind of how I feel about it. But yes, this is this is the setup for now. Again, it could change in the future. I mean, there was that one period of time, I think it was earlier this year. I was changing my setup, I think, on a weekly basis, and everybody was like, bro, like, which one are you going to settle on, man? But yeah, hopefully it doesn't distract too much from the content itself and the discussions. But yeah, the new desk is it's great. Honestly, it's such a game changer in just how it feels to stream, but also get any type of work done or anything I'm doing at my desk. It's way better. So boss is sleeping over there for some reason. I'm missing it. Well, the thing is, boss, the cat's still here. Boss still shows up. He's in the room with me right now. He is, but he just, for some reason, he doesn't want to sleep here right now. I wonder if it's the light. I wonder if that's what's bothering him. But either way, Nick, I do appreciate the $5 super chat, man. That's very kind of you. And yeah, appreciate all the support you guys continue to show. Let me see here. I see we have Unintended Studios, a longtime member for 23 months. Really appreciate that, bud. Really appreciate that long-term support. You're saying with Jim Ryan out, I hope Days Gone 2 is back in. Side note, pro tip, in Tsushima, treat the TS in Sue like a beatboxed hi-hat. There's no way I'm going to be able to do that. I'm not even going to attempt to do that. I do appreciate the pro tip, but for me, it's just going to have to be Tsushima. Tsushima, you know, like maybe that's not the perfect pronunciation, but I'm not even going to attempt. You guys know me and my pronunciation. I have a pronunciation debuff active at all times. So I gotta just do that. I gotta, do the best I can here, man. But Days Gone 2. I've tried to remind people that the Days Gone IP is valuable to Sony, whether anybody knows it or not. They're making a Days Gone movie. They see a future with the Days Gone IP. It's just that Sony Bend, apparently, from what I understand, didn't want to make Days Gone 2. It was the higher-ups at Sony Bend Studio. I think it was John Garvin and Jeff Ross, I believe, which, I think that they did a phenomenal job with Days Gone. It wasn't perfect, but I really liked what they did. I think they were very passionate about the project, and they wanted to do a sequel, but it caused a little bit of friction internally at the studio. Again, this is based off of my understanding, where like a large portion of the team really didn't want to do a sequel to Days Gone. They wanted to do something else, something new. And so I think it kind of caused the strife and kind of an internal power struggle. And I think John Garvin and Jeff Ross ended up losing that power struggle, hence why they left the studio. And then everybody else there at Bend ended up being able to pursue what it is they wanted, which is making a new IP. Now, I want to also remind people that the current rumor, we have no idea if it's true. I hope it is true because it would be phenomenal. The current rumor for Sony Bend, talking about studios we can't wait to hear from, is this new IP they're working on apparently is a stealth action AAA game. A new IP, stealth action. Really, really, really hope that's true, man, because as much as I love Days Gone, I would absolutely love to see what Bend Studio can do now in that genre. They prove that they can definitely make a competent and, in my opinion, very good AAA console game. I feel like it's been a long time before Days Gone since they did that. So, but as I was saying, Days Gone is still valuable to Sony. It sold really well. It made them a lot of money. They ported it to PC, and they have a movie they're making. Just right now, there's nothing happening on a game front, unless, I think sometimes people may forget that Sony could take the Days Gone IP and license it out to other partner studios if they feel like that's something they want to make, if they are qualified to do so. So maybe that's the future. Like if Ben doesn't want to make it, maybe Sony, kind of like Uncharted with Naughty Dog, where Naughty Dog doesn't want to make another Uncharted. That's obvious. Like they're done with Uncharted. They want to, they have moved on. But Sony sees that the Uncharted IP is still very valuable and there are still a lot of fans. So who do we give that IP to? I promise you, one of the things we are going to see revealed possibly as soon as next year is a new Uncharted game. Maybe that's what Bluepoint's working on. Maybe it's another studio entirely working on it. But either way, I'm confident that an Uncharted game is in development. So I guess what I'm just trying to say here is that when Sony sees value in their IP, they're not just going to let it sit there. They will find something to do with it. So Unintended Studios, appreciate that, bud. We also have Mario B. He says, what if we get an official PS5 Pro announcement next year? Maybe we were a little trigger happy with the Doomsday scenario. Well, Mario, I think we absolutely are going to get an official PS5 Pro announcement next year. And the thing is, the Pro is going to be a brand new PS5 console, not a slim, like a brand new console. I think Sony would have a dedicated event for it. I think I'll be honest with you, it would be very unwise of Sony to announce a PS5 Pro through a blog post. I understand why they would do that for the PS5 Slim, but there's no way, unless they price it at like $750 or something, or $700, they wouldn't price it at $750. Some people think it's going to be very expensive. Even then, now that I'm thinking about it, even then, if Sony were to do a PS5 Pro, an expensive one, all the more reason why they should do an event. You got to sell people on it. You got to get people excited about it, right? You got to get the fans excited about it. So it's also worth noting, Mario, that it's been reported a few times by industry insider Tom Henderson that Sony is going to announce a PS5 Pro next year, and it's going to launch November of 2024. So the announcement could come in May or June or July of next year. No word on the exact specifications or the pricing, but they are targeting a holiday release. And you have to imagine right now Sony has at least one big first-party title that they maybe want to try to release with this console, with the PS5 Pro, right? Come November of next year. I do think that's what they're going to try to do. It could be Wolverine, could be something else that we don't know about yet. But you're saying maybe we're a little trigger happy with the Doomsday scenario. The Doomsday scenario, I think, again, I'm still very optimistic about PlayStation going into 2024. I do think that they've hit a bit of a rough patch in terms of public perception, at least in the core circles. But I really think that people forget how easy it will be for Sony to undo some of the negative commentary, even coming from me, but certainly many others out there. I think people underestimate and forget how easy it will be to undo that. Really, all they have to do is put on a show and show some good games. You do that, and people are in your corner again, because that's what people gravitate towards at the end of the day. Putting all the business practices aside, putting everything else aside, at the end of the day, people gravitate towards good games. That's why we're here. That's why we game, right? So yeah, I do think that next year will be interesting for a myriad of reasons for PlayStation. One of those reasons will absolutely be the PS5 Pro. No doubt about it. I agree with you, Capono. I mostly agree. You're saying we've learned that Sony doesn't give a shit what the public thinks. Yeah. I don't think so, man. Sony is going to run their business how they see fit. I don't think that means they're going to be ridiculous about it and basically just say, like, we're going to charge $800 for the PS5 Pro because we know we can. I don't think it'll ever be taken that far. But, or like, we're going to charge $80 for our games now because we're PlayStation. We do what we want. I don't think it'll ever be taken that far. But when it comes to making sure that they make certain moves to maintain their business as profitable as possible, like, again, without crossing lines, it's clear to me that they're going to do that, but it is what it is. It's just the nature of the beast, I guess you could say. But generally speaking, I am pretty happy with most of pretty much almost everything Sony's doing. There's just some things that they do every now and again where I'm like, not happy about it, but I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I'm going to flip my desk over and be like, I can't believe it. Although, I will say that the only thing that has occurred recently that really made me go, I don't know about that one. I mean, something that really just kind of rubbed me the wrong way, where I'm still waiting to hear more, is with the Last of Us multiplayer game. That is the only thing that has happened that really made me truly be like, what's going on here? I'm very concerned. And, we'll just have to see. We'll just have to see. All right. Sergeant, you're saying it's 2020 all over again. Doom and gloom until they showed up with Miles Morales, God of War Ragnarok, Horizon, Demon Souls, releasing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, or Remake, plus The Last of Us Part 2. Yeah, I mean, that again, I have been through this before, and obviously some of you have, where it's not over till it's over, man. I think it would be unwise to count Sony out just because there's a bit of a lull period, or the conversation isn't as positive, or whatever you want to call it, right? Just because they're not making big splashes or big waves right now. It would be unwise to count them out. We've seen Sony do this time and time again, where there is, dude, it's funny looking back at 2020, the first 5 months of that year. The first 5 months, that entire year was problematic for everybody. But specifically talking about PlayStation and the conversation during that year, the first 5 months, there was an immense amount of doom and gloom. I mean, people were they were excited to a degree to learn about the PS5, but there was just this kind of lingering like agitation and anger and frustration with Sony in the air. I don't know if it was quite as strong as it is now, but it was there. It was there. Chris Brown says no big splashes. They just released Spider-Man 2. No, I know. I'm of course, Spider-Man 2 is a big splash. I'm talking about in terms of coming out with like shows and announcements and trying to wow people with like, here's what we got, coming. Spider-Man 2 was part of that in 2021. But yeah, you're definitely right. Spider-Man 2 is a big launch for Sony, no doubt about it. All right. Sony PlayStation is established but can be humbled. I agree. Crooked Vulture says he platinumed Lies of P last night. Good game for a relatively unknown studio. How difficult is that platinum, Crooked Vulture? I'm curious, because I am looking to I am looking forward to playing Lies of P. Saying, hello, MBG, you look defeated, embracing the game-changing rules in the industry. In the end, you will be part of the Xbox ecosystem, and you are all welcome. Yeah, well, I don't think I look defeated. Do I look? I think that's a bit harsh. I feel pretty good, man. I'm not, but I know maybe it doesn't seem like it to some people, but I'm not over here being like, Xbox, we need to get revenge. Whoa, boss, chill out, bro. You're saying we've seen MBG defeated. This isn't it. Yeah, dude. I agree. There have definitely been moments on my channel where I've felt defeated, and this is not one of those moments. Come on, take it easy before you knock something over. The cats are going crazy over here. The idea that Xbox, everybody's going to be part. Yeah, according to Phil Spencer, everybody's part of the Xbox ecosystem. We're going to talk about that soon. Because again, I think it does have some pretty interesting implications. Yeah. Yes, dude. My Crackdown 3 video, the second one I made, that was probably the most defeated I ever sounded on my channel. That was crazy. Yeah, I agree, Smurf. You're saying we aren't anywhere close to Crackdown 3 territory with PlayStation yet. Definitely not, man. Things would have to go cataclysmically wrong in the next year or two for Sony, for PlayStation, to get to that level. That would be really bad. You're saying I was crying. I wasn't literally crying, but dude, when I listened back to that video, I think I listened back to it a couple months ago. I was like, wow, man, I really sounded like not well. Yeah, I sounded genuinely depressed with life, but I guess it happens sometimes, right? Just waiting for a Crackdown 4. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. With that being said, though, guys, I do want to move on to the next topic. And before I do, again, take a second of your time. Please hit that like button. Let me know you're enjoying the streams. The next topic talks about X, formerly known as Twitter, support being abruptly removed and ending soon for the PS4 and the PS5. And this is a big deal to a lot of people who post their content to Twitter, their screenshots, video clips. A lot of people were very upset about this. This is being reported by PlayStation Lifestyle. It says Sony has announced that it will officially be ending its integration with X, the social media platform previously known as Twitter, on both PS4 and PS5. The news came in a recent message on the PlayStation support site. In it, Sony confirms that beginning on November 13th, 2023, users will no longer be able to view or publish any content from the social media platform. So that's in less than a week. That's in 6 days. It says as of November 13th, 2023, integration with X, formerly known as Twitter, will no longer function on PS5 and PS4 consoles, Sony said in its statement. This includes the ability to view any content published on X on PS5/PS4 and the ability to post and view content, trophies, and other gameplay-related activities on X directly from the PS4, PS5, or link an X account to do so. No explanation given for the removal of integration. However, if we head over to the PlayStation 5 subreddit community, we have a user here who actually replied to this and says this is most likely due to recent API usage fees for Twitter going up and making it extremely expensive to access it. Microsoft did this as well. Regardless of your market cap, API use is a hefty cost already, and if it's underutilized, it's best to trim that fat. Could also be in part from Twitter's reliability. And it's worth noting that the API access for enterprise-level entities starts at $42,000 a month, but can certainly go way above that. So, yeah, I think it is pretty obvious what is happening here, guys. First, Microsoft said with Xbox, we're out, we're done. And Sony was hanging on, and now Sony is like, you know what? We're done too. We're not paying this. This is, this is just simply not worth it. It's also worth noting that it's very obvious that Sony has been making a lot of cost-cutting decisions. So to see them come out and say, we're removing Twitter, we're not paying for this, makes a lot of sense. I understand why some people would be upset, though, because I know that there were quite a few people who really liked posting their stuff on Twitter, or X. Is that the actual name, X, formerly known as Twitter? And for those people, it's disappointing, man. It is, but it's just the reality. A lot of people feel like Elon Musk has completely tanked Twitter since he purchased it. I mean, I'm of the mindset that Twitter was already tanked, and there's no saving it. Like I don't see it getting any better. Twitter is it's just not good, man. And I have to be honest with you when I say that I'm not sad to see this. I'm actually, or yeah, X, sorry. I'm actually, I mean, maybe I'm being a bit cynical here, but I'm kind of glad because it's clear that this social media platform is slowly but surely collapsing. And it's deserved. It is. Like, it is the worst social media platform in existence. And that's saying something. That's absolutely saying something. And, if it ends up just becoming a shell of its former self to a degree in which it either becomes a complete joke or it ceases to exist, I would have no problem with that. I'm not saying I want it to die. I'm just saying I'm indifferent to its death, if that's where it's headed. It does seem like it's not going well. But then again, Elon Musk is so rich. Talk about having an infinite amount of money. I mean, Elon Musk, he doesn't need anybody's money in a way. I mean, it's kind of weird. Like, that's what's kind of weird about it. I think a lot of people are actually annoyed at Elon Musk basically asking for these API fees because it's like, dude, you're like the richest man in the world. why? Like, if you care about growing this platform and making it so that more and more companies are on board and embracing it, why make it so expensive that you know they're just not going to pay it? Because I'll tell you, man, the thing about it, the more I think about it, it is kind of a big deal. I know we spent $40 billion, but dude, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, that's not really anything for Elon Musk. Truthfully, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's an unfathomable amount of money, but for Elon, it's just like whatever. Yeah, that's true, Ray. It is still business at the end of the day. It is still business. I guess I'm just saying, like, the more I think about it, the more I realize I think it kind of is a big deal that Sony and Microsoft decided to end Twitter integration for their consoles, because that's free marketing for them in a big way. Like, hey, you can take screenshots of our games or video clips of our games and put them right onto these social media platforms with millions and millions of people to see. So it must have been, I don't know, man, it must have been a pretty hefty price that Elon was asking for from Sony and Microsoft to make both of them go, we're done. That, like, the free marketing, it's not free marketing anymore at that point, you know? Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why. All right, we have Jake Skew 27, a member for 6 months. Thank you so much, buddy. You're saying 6 months. Wow. At work right now. Keep up the good work. It's good to have different opinions and hear ones that keep a good mindset. Well, I appreciate it, Jake Skew, and yeah, thank you for being a member for 6 months, man. It's very much appreciated. We have a lot of dedicated members here that maintain their memberships month over month or continue to get them gifted, which is awesome to see. So really appreciate it, and thank you for stopping by even at work. Shout out to all the people who are, I noticed that quite a few people try to take time out of their workday if they can to stop by the stream, which is a really cool thing to see. So shout out to you guys for that. You're saying if Twitter goes down, Elon can use it as a write-off, a big-ass write-off. I mean, look, man, I will tell you right now, I am totally fine with Twitter going away because it's just, I don't know, I still use it, more frequently than I would like to, admittedly, but no matter what, dude, at the end of the day, there's just nothing good that comes from Twitter, at least for me. Even if I try to find the good, it's just like, this website just feels like it's been completely swallowed by, the worst types of people. And, MBG would miss his followers. I don't know, man. It's gotten to a point where, I honestly would just say, hey, I stream on YouTube if you guys want to come over there, I could still I could post stuff on YouTube as well, but I feel like it gets a little too cluttered. Twitter is a popular reflection of the modern internet, to be honest. Will I use Instagram going forward? I'm not sure. I've heard good things about Instagram. I never got into it. See, that's the thing is I'm just not the biggest fan of social media in general. I'm not. I just kind of feel like the less social media for me, the better. And truthfully, the only reason I haven't abandoned Twitter completely is simply for the fact that, yeah, I do have I consider it a pretty large following. It's one of these things where I know a lot of people would love to have, a large following like that or that number of people following their account. And I do feel like there's a kind of obligation to an extent, at least a little bit, where it's like, these people chose to follow my account and I don't know. It just feels like it would be a little somewhat wrong to just be like, sorry, guys, see ya. I know it wouldn't matter. And a lot of people be like, oh, who cares, man? See ya, peace. It'd be fine either way. But it's just because I know that. So on Twitter, I have 64,000 followers. I know that many of those people following are not shitty people. They're good people, nice people. And, Yeah, I use it for news sometimes. But, I mean, there you go, man. Sony is out. Microsoft already left. And so I guess the question I have for you guys at this point, how many of you use this feature, if any of you did? Is anybody here kind of upset to see or to find out that if you're playing on PS5 or PS4, you're no longer going to be able to, you know, to post your screenshots or your video clips? No? Seeing a lot of no's. Meta has an alternative to X. Yeah, I forget. What did they call it? Wasn't it like not a success though? Like didn't work out? Threads. Yeah, that's what it was called. Yeah, Threads. I haven't heard anything about it. It must be dead. Or I don't know, just not many people use it. See, that's what's kind of strange to me is it's like, do we need more social media platforms? I mean, like, is that really something we need? We need more social media platforms? I don't know. Maybe we do. I don't have the answers to these questions. I just think my gut tells me probably not. But there you go. That is the second topic of the day that I have for you guys. Just wanted to make everybody aware of this, talk about it a little bit, let you know likely why Sony made this decision. But we need MySpace back. Oh, yeah. Yeah, let's get some MySpace integration on PlayStation. Come on, Sony. Make it happen. All right. So we're now going to move on to the next topic, which talks about some things Phil Spencer had to say. I have an article here from Push Square, and it says PlayStation users to be considered part of the Xbox community, says Xbox boss Phil Spencer. Says Phil Spencer, always keeping us PlayStation fans in his thoughts in a fresh interview with Japanese publication Famitsu, as translated by Pure Xbox. The Xbox boss spills some beans on what the future of Microsoft's gaming brand looks like. Phil Spencer outlines a broader vision for Xbox as a whole, something that the company's been pushing for years, with Game Pass being a key component, and then brings PlayStation and Nintendo into the equation. Quote, just as we think of ROG Ally and Steam Deck as part of the Xbox community, is that, by the way, really quick, as I'm interrupting the reading of a quote, is it called the ROG Ally or is it called the ROG Ally? I mean, like, my instinct is to just read it as ROG, but maybe no one, is that actually not what it's called? I just want to make sure I get this right before proceeding. Because if I keep saying ROG, I'm driving somebody out there completely nuts if that's not how it's meant to be said. Maybe I could just say ROG Ally. It's the same. I'm just not sure with these things. You're saying Rogue is how you pronounce it? Actually, I think it sounds better. I'll just see ROG. I'll say ROG. Anyway, let me try this again. I apologize for interrupting myself there. So the direct quote from Phil Spencer is, just as we think of the ROG Ally and Steam Deck as part of the Xbox community, we need to think of the many Nintendo Switch and PlayStation users as part of the Xbox community in the future. End quote. The article continues by saying it's a quote that's already raising eyebrows on social media, with many suggesting that Phil Spencer's hinting towards a future where Xbox isn't really about selling hardware. Maybe we're not too far off from a world where Game Pass exists on competing platforms. That's probably jumping the gun at this point, but with Phil Spencer's comments alongside reports that the Xbox Series X consoles are lagging far behind the competition in terms of commercial success, you can't help but wonder. Of course, Phil Spencer's on an obvious PR run in the wake of Microsoft's unprecedented acquisition of Activision Blizzard King, but it's always worth keeping an eye on how things are trending on the other side. So, yeah, this comment fascinates me. MBG cares about these things. I gotta know, man. I gotta know. This comment to me is very fascinating by Microsoft because, like, the implication here is that Microsoft seems to be leaning much more so in the direction of becoming a third-party publisher than ever before. There's always been this kind of conversation about Microsoft possibly exiting the console market, stopping manufacturing consoles. I don't think that's going to happen yet. If it does happen, like, I think they will have another console generation, but you just do, I wish Phil would have elaborated on this a little bit more, because this could be also viewed in a different way, where with what he said here, it could simply be that he's just talking about how there are many PlayStation players who are going to be playing Call of Duty and many PlayStation players who are going to be playing Minecraft. But the thing is, Phil's not a dumb guy. Like, he knows, he's very good with PR. He knows that when he keeps it very broad with the way he stated this, that many people are going to ask this exact question. Like, what do you mean by that? Do you mean you're possibly looking into publishing? Now, what makes this even more interesting to me is very recently, Microsoft's CEO, Satya Nadella, talked about this. And he very heavily, he didn't even imply, he just straight up said, like, we're focused on the publishing side. That's what he said. That's what Satya Nadella said. The CEO of Microsoft said they're more focused on the publishing side. Now, there's been many conversations over the years about, could Game Pass come to PlayStation if Microsoft stopped manufacturing consoles, or if they decided to stop competing with Sony in the console space. What would happen? Would they start releasing all of their games, right? Starfield, games like Starfield, games like Hellblade 2, games like Avowed, like, these games are not coming to PlayStation. And it would be a very unprecedented and frankly insane announcement if in the future, I don't think this is going to happen, but it's just, you have to wonder if it might, where a major announcement is made by Microsoft that's like, we're going completely third party. Like, there are no more exclusives of any kind. But the problem with that is Game Pass, right? Like, at least it seems that way for now. Microsoft seems to have this focus, and it's kind of the same in a way as Sony's, except Sony's is with the console and Microsoft's is with Game Pass, to where they'll put their games anywhere where Game Pass is. But what if that mentality changes? Like, what if Microsoft begins to believe that we could just make more money and have potentially much better profit margins as well for the Xbox brand if we just put games on Game Pass and also sell them other places where they're sold? What if the line that Microsoft ends up drawing between them and PlayStation and them and Nintendo is, we're just not going to put any of our games on your services. We'll sell them, a la carte on your storefront, but we're not ever going to put them on your services. Could that, that's exactly what they're going to do with Call of Duty. What if what they're doing with Call of Duty is basically laying the foundation for what Microsoft is going to do in the future? And this is, again, just a very interesting thing to think about, because, that would be kind of awesome if you think about it, right? Like, the idea that Microsoft says, we have this service. You can get this service through our console. Like, maybe they'll still make consoles. You can get this service through, Windows, like any PC you purchase. You can get it through almost any device, right? And you can subscribe to it if you want. But we also publish a ton of games. And if you don't want to come to Game Pass, you can just buy it. That would, like, honestly, that would be awesome, because it's like, wow, this is the best possible scenario for everybody, right? Like, Xbox fans can stay happy because they will, like, the presumption, or the assumption, I mean, is that Xbox fans, at least most of them right now, care about they care about Game Pass, right? So it's like, if you stick with Xbox, like, for example, the console or PC, like, you have access to Game Pass. But for anybody who's not interested in Game Pass, you still have the ability to give Microsoft your money by buying their games at full price. I don't know. I mean, the real question I think Microsoft is likely trying to answer right now is, and maybe, I don't know, maybe they're about to find out with Call of Duty. I think they will find out the answer to this question with Call of Duty. What if it comes down to, man, Starfield definitely helped with Game Pass growth a lot, and we also sold a lot. But it turns out, like, the overwhelming majority of our sales were on PC. What if we sold it on PlayStation too? Like, the question is simply, how much would it hurt Game Pass if we sold Starfield on PlayStation 5? I mean, maybe the answer to that question is it would have hurt it a lot. It would have dissuaded a lot of people from subscribing to Game Pass. But I am not so sure, because if you think about the whole notion of what Game Pass is supposed to be about, it's not about one game. Game Pass is not about one game. PlayStation kind of, I don't want to say PlayStation is about one game. It's not. It's about multiple games, but it's about that one game launch. Spider-Man 2 is a perfect example. Like, man, I got to get a PS5 for Spider-Man 2. And the hope from Sony is that if you bought a console for Spider-Man 2, stick around, buy a couple games, stay a while. Maybe download some of our free-to-play games, whatever it might be. Maybe subscribe to PlayStation Plus. I mean, it would be such an interesting scenario if this ended up happening. And I'm not saying it's going to, and I don't even know that I'm anticipating it, but there is something we do have to pay attention to with this, and with the way Phil Spencer and the way Satya Nadella are talking. They're both talking as if Microsoft is a major third-party publisher, and they are. I mean, they are. But we are also hearing more and more from Bill and from Satya Nadella about, yeah, it's not like some games are going to be exclusive, but it's just like, yeah, we're going to keep Call of Duty on PlayStation. I don't know. I mean, let's say Hellblade 2, for example, right? What would the outcome for Game Pass be if Microsoft were to decide we're going to sell Hellblade 2 for $70 on PlayStation, as well as PC, but it'll be on Game Pass, You're saying Phil wants to hurt Sony? Your logic is wrong. I mean, that's kind of the whole, that's the big question, right? Like, what really is Microsoft's intent? I mean, the assumption is either they do or they do not want to hurt Sony, or maybe they don't care if they hurt Sony, right? I just think that this is an interesting, this is just a very interesting thing for Phil to say, because he could have specified. Again, he's not stupid. He's very intentional with his wording. He's media trained. He knows what to say and how to say it. He didn't say for games like Minecraft or Elder Scrolls Online or Call of Duty. No, he just said we have to think of the Nintendo and PlayStation community, as part of the Xbox community. And it's like, well, what does that mean exactly? Questions that we won't have answers to for quite some time, but saying they do want to destroy them. I'm not so sure. I mean, I feel like that is again, kind of the intuitive reaction, the gut reaction, where it's like Microsoft is Sony's competitor. But sometimes I try to look beyond, PlayStation and versus Xbox, and imagine, I try to imagine, what if I was a board member of Microsoft? Not I'm not Phil Spencer, not Matt Booty, not any of the people in charge of the Xbox brand. I mean, somebody high up in Microsoft, where it's like Microsoft is a global company where they're all about software being everywhere on everything, right? You are, again, your company's worth trillions of dollars, and and Sony Sony is a very large company, but nowhere near the size of Microsoft. Would my focus really be on Sony? Truthfully, would it be like, okay, well, Sony's selling their consoles and they beat us in that market. But I don't know. If you believe that you are just operating on a totally different scale, it's like what we're doing, Sony couldn't do, nor could Nintendo. Are they your competition then? I don't know. I mean, maybe for now they have to be, but maybe they could end up being allies. I don't know. I'm just trying to view this from all different perspectives, where I just, people always tell me, and not just me, but they tell it's Microsoft's motto. It's about we want you to play anywhere and everywhere. And that's it. We want you to play our games. So it's just well, Satya Nadella, the CEO of the company, says they're going to operate from more of a publisher level now that they have Activision. And then in one of the first interviews he does, he says something like this. It's I don't know, man. I guess what I'm trying to say is they're treating Microsoft and Phil Spencer are talking about the Xbox brand in a very different way, in a completely different way than they were when they bought Bethesda. And I wonder if people are kind of picking up on that, where with Bethesda, everything that Microsoft said and Phil Spencer, it was very cagey. It could lean one way. Who knows, man? One day this is about delivering exclusive content to Xbox gamers, and then the next day it's about we want everybody to play, and it's on a case-by-case basis. Now they're not saying anything like that. They're just straight up yeah, we're going to operate as a publisher, and we need to welcome in Nintendo and Sony. I don't know. They throw stones at exclusives now. Honestly, that would be one of the craziest outcomes, and that would be incredible, dude. That would be. I'll be the first to say, if Microsoft came out and was we're gonna release all of our games on Nintendo and Sony, everywhere. They're just gonna release everywhere. That would be incredible. That would be. I would genuinely give Microsoft all the credit in the world, because that would be the true holy shit. You were not kidding. You never lied when you said this is about getting your games everywhere and allowing access. You know what I'm saying? That whole motto of we want everybody to play. I'd say, holy shit, you did it. You actually did it. And Sony, at that point, Sony's just well, okay, I guess we're not competing anymore. You know what I mean? It would change everything. And I'm going to take it a step further here real quick. This would be Microsoft, dude, this would be Microsoft's way. If it's true that because I hear this from a lot of people, and I think Phil even said it himself one time. A lot of people say that, dude, Sony is not, Sony, Nintendo, they're not Microsoft's competition. Like the things that Microsoft is doing right now, they're not viewing Sony as their competition. If that is true, then this is exactly what's going to happen and where we're headed. Because that would be the single most, I mean, that would be a monumental thing. That would tell us everything. It would be over. Like literally any competition that ever existed between Sony and Microsoft would be eradicated instantaneously, and Nintendo. And that would, you see, that would be a clear, if Microsoft did that, I think it would be a clear sign that they know something's about to happen. Like Tencent is about to acquire EA or something and announce their own subscription platform or something. It would have, like, Microsoft would make a move like this, I think, where they're like, okay, we need to just kind of hunker in now and you know, not necessarily join forces with Sony or Nintendo, but just truly, they're not competition anymore. You know, we're just going to make any money we can, as much money as we can from selling games on their platforms. And if they ever want to put Game Pass on there, we'll say sure, obviously. You're saying it's all an act. It could be. It could be. But that's the question is, if it is an act, why? What is it for? You know? I mean, I guess you're saying it's all an act as in like, they want people to think that they're the good guys and they're going to, you know, maybe they will start putting their games on, you know, they want people to believe that they are not looking to devour Sony and Nintendo and destroy them. I mean, look, I'm just playing devil's advocate here, just trying to see every angle of this, where it's like, it is true that we refer to that email from like Matt Booty where he's like, we want to, you know, we can spend Sony out of business. It is true. That was in 2019. And it's like, maybe that has changed where they're like, no, if we are going to be a truly global dominant force in the gaming space, Sony and Nintendo are limited in what they can do in terms of, you know, making these big, high level acquisitions and mergers. They like, that's just the truth. Sony and Nintendo. I think people laughed at me yesterday because I said that they were small companies. I didn't mean they're actually small companies, but it's like it's like, compared to Microsoft, they're pretty small. Like they're still very big billion-dollar companies that can make very big moves. But the power that Microsoft has is the same type of power that companies like Meta and you know, companies like that, like Amazon, that's the kind of power, you know, where it's like, we can do, like, if we are allowed to do whatever we want, we will, and we can and will do whatever we want. Sony can't do that. Like people always say, like, if Sony could, they would. Yeah, you're right. Same with Nintendo. Like if money was not a problem, if capital was not a problem, like at all for these companies, they would absolutely be looking to conquer as much as they can. And, you know, Sony, people always wonder why, like, how come Sony has spent so much money on these third-party deals, and because it's like, don't you realize, if anything, Microsoft has proven to you how much more expensive it would be to buy to own rather than buy to rent or pay to rent. You know what I mean? It's just really interesting, man. This is I'm going to be paying very close attention to the things that Microsoft says, and I think 2024 and what they choose to do with Activision Blizzard games are going to be a huge sign and give us a lot more clarity because, look, I'm not saying I'm anticipating that Microsoft's going to announce they're going to become a third-party publisher and exit the console space, but I don't even think they would have to exit the console space. I just wouldn't be surprised if that is what they are preparing for, and they're ready to make that move at any time. I wouldn't be surprised at all, because I want to remind people that Satya Nadella, he doesn't really care about hardware. You know, he doesn't. If you look at Microsoft's latest financials, they were up. Everything was up for Xbox except one area. Can you guess what that area is? Everything was up. Investors, Microsoft investors loving it. The board of Microsoft loving it, but there's that one thing still just hanging on where it's down. It's the only thing that's down. The console hardware. Absolutely. The console hardware. And I just don't think it's a coincidence. I'm not, and I don't know how I'd feel about, like, if Microsoft, see, like, the thing is, Sony, we just read a whole article, a PlayStation blog post about how Sony is getting ready to have the best holiday season of PlayStation's existence. And they're going to sell so many PS5s. You know, this is what we're hearing from Sony, and what we've been hearing from Microsoft. I don't know if people notice, dude, Microsoft isn't even talking about the console. Has anybody noticed that? Like, has anybody noticed that Microsoft, like, they're not pushing it for the holiday season? They're hardly marketing it. I mean, it really has gone by the wayside, and you can't blame them, because it's like, even Starfield, right? Like, Starfield, I don't know if it's been confirmed, but all I know is that, like, I don't have the exact numbers, but I know that Starfield did amazing on Steam. I don't know if it did better than it did on Xbox, but it did amazing on, I think it did. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. And it's like, dude, that's what Satya Nadella cares about. Satya Nadella doesn't care if Phil cares about the console. Satya Nadella doesn't care if the fans care about the console. What he cares about is if we're going to be a global brand, and if Xbox is going to rise to the top of the Microsoft, business, then we're going to have to get you guys in position. So we'll see. We'll see. It could be a lie. We'll know. We'll find out. I do truly believe the answer lies in future Activision Blizzard games that are not Call of Duty. I don't know when the next Activision Blizzard game is going to be announced. I'm assuming maybe sometime next year. And if they say, like, this is Xbox only, then we have our answer. Then it's like, okay, I guess they're just, when they say that they're going to be a publisher, they only mean for Steam and for Game Pass. I don't know though. Like, well, yeah, I guess because with Steam, it's still tethered to Windows heavily in a way. So I don't know, man. It's just really interesting to think about. MBG, do you know how much money Microsoft makes from the digital storefront on Xbox? I don't know if you're asking me that as in, like, you're going to tell me how much they make, but no, I do not. Spacey, you're saying people here think Microsoft got to be $1 trillion company by selling computers. Yeah, that's the whole thing, man, is it was for Microsoft's success was never found in hardware, ever. Even with their Surface lineup, they've obviously, I think they still do make their own hardware with the Surface lineup, but even then, like, it's just an auxiliary thing where it's like, it's there for the diehard Microsoft fans that want it. I mean, even with Windows Phone, I remember there was like there's a whole period of time where, like, there was that very small niche group of people that loved Windows Phone, and they just couldn't deal with the reality that it was going to end. And Microsoft still came out with a device, I think, like it wasn't branded a Windows Phone, but it was like a Surface foldable, like small Surface foldable tablet that could be used as a phone. And that was like specifically done for that like less than 1% super niche, group of people that just couldn't stand to see Windows Phone die. So it's like, it didn't, I guess it probably did flop, but you could just kind of see how Microsoft has always been in this position where it's like, where does your success lie? And Microsoft's success has never been found in hardware, except for the Xbox 360. And even then, they had to overcome a major obstacle with the Red Ring of Death. It's never been found in hardware. And I just think it's not, again, it's not a coincidence that we're hearing Microsoft, as soon as they make this major acquisition, they're talking just so differently. And there will probably be some people who like clip this that are like PlayStation fan begging for Xbox games. No, if I wanted to play Xbox games, I would subscribe to Game Pass on my PC and play them there or buy them on Steam. This to me is more of like it's more of a situation where it's like, if Microsoft were to bring their games to PlayStation and Nintendo and sell them, Microsoft would basically be Sony's ally at that point. They would no longer be in competition on it, like on any level. Maybe except just publishing, right? Like Microsoft would still be acquiring studios, so it's like, well, at that point they're no more of a competitor than EA is, than Capcom is. So, yeah, but I do think a lot of PlayStation fans would welcome certain games coming over, I mean, I'd be excited if Microsoft did that and they're like, yo, you can buy State of Decay 3 on PlayStation. I'd be like, great. I'll do that. Yeah. Man, that would be such a funny thing though, because that would mean they would have to put trophies into all their games, which is so, yeah, I don't know. That'd be so weird. MBG won't get that competition he dreamed of. Well, actually, I do want to make it clear that if this is something that does happen, I would be very worried about what that means. Because, again, Microsoft would only do that if they see something coming. Like, they know, like, something is around the corner that doesn't involve us, doesn't involve Sony or Nintendo, and it's going to completely rattle the industry and disrupt it, even, like, way more than Microsoft even has. You know what I mean? Like the moment Microsoft turns to Sony and says, yeah, we'll embrace you and, we're not in competition anymore. I mean, that is like what does that mean for the industry? Because that means something. Certainly. MBG's pipe dream. Maybe. Right now, yeah, that's not how it is. But we will see. I'm sorry to keep you guys waiting with the super chats. Mario B says, imagine if we lived in a world where Microsoft and PlayStation joined forces. Sony's talent / popularity together with that Microsoft money would be an unstoppable force. That would be a crazy thing, dude. I could see that happening one day. So these are the conditions in which I think that could happen, right? Number one, Microsoft stops producing Xbox consoles. They're no longer in the console space. Number two, another major force enters the gaming industry in a huge way. Maybe Amazon, maybe Tencent. They come in, they buy a publisher. They buy, let's say, EA, right? Or Take-Two. And they also announced that they have a subscription service. And they're going to put these games into the subscription, and it just, or like, yeah, Apple or something. And suddenly it's like, oh, okay, this is changing, right? I mean, I don't know. I think under those circumstances, Sony and Microsoft might turn to each other and be like, we got the console, we got the brand power, you guys have the service, you have, and I don't know how that would work. I mean, how the hell would that even work? I just don't, because I feel like there's too many problems with that where it's like, do we keep trophies or do we keep achievements? Do we have both? Can you have both? I mean, how do you have two separate ecosystems and merge them into one? Is that even a possibility? I mean, it sounds like a nightmare. It sounds like there'd be a lot of fighting over, like, you know, who would keep what. But I don't know, man. It's if I had to guess, I'll be honest though. Look, I've been very optimistic, I would say, during this entire discussion on this topic, where I'm talking about Microsoft becoming multi-platform, and we're talking about Sony and Microsoft joining forces. Realistically, though, if I'm being like more of a realist, if this is what like is going to happen in the industry, where other major companies are going to come in and start making major acquisitions and coming up with their own subscription services and everything, if that's really what's going to happen, it's more likely that Sony's on their own, and Microsoft just views them not as competition. And it's not, I don't think Microsoft is trying to kill Sony, but they're just like, good luck. We're not going to fucking help you. You know, we're doing our thing with our own ecosystem, but good luck. You know, that's more than likely the attitude that Microsoft has towards Sony and Nintendo. But I don't know. Anything is possible, man. Mario, thank you so much for the super chat, though, man. We have Benino with a $2 chat saying, MBG, we have to be real. All Phil wants is Game Pass on PlayStation. Yeah. You're probably right at the end of the day that that's what it all falls down on. And again, like, I don't know. The only way that could work, I mean, there would have to be a very specialized deal where Sony would have to get rid of PlayStation Plus Extra and Premium. And that automatically tells me that's not going to happen. But they would, because that automatically interferes with Game Pass automatically interferes with that. But then you consider any game that Microsoft tries to get onto their Game Pass service, like let's just say like Lies of P2, right? Whenever that comes out. Microsoft gets that day one on Game Pass, that's going to be problematic for Sony. Because that's going to, like, that there's going to be a service, that being Game Pass, on their console that will offer a game that's being sold at full price on their, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't mix. So there would have to be some kind of, it would have to be worked out to where Sony gets a cut of every Game Pass subscription or something. And I don't know, maybe Sony and Microsoft would be willing to eventually work that deal out. Where if Sony would get money, a certain amount of money, maybe they would be okay with it. But it would still be kind of messy and hairy. And I mean, you'd also have to question, see, the thing is, Sony is making decisions that seem to indicate to me that they do not believe in the subscription future. Like, you raise the price of your yearly subscription for Essential, Extra, and Premium. You still don't offer games day one, which and you make it clear you're not going to. It's like, I don't know. You said you heard that they wanted to, and Jimmy said no. I haven't heard anything like that. Now that would be a total fucking like whoa moment for the PlayStation community, for the gaming in general. Because I mean that would be wild. If Jim Ryan was the thing stopping Sony from basically copying the Microsoft model, that would be crazy. Because I've always been under the impression that Sony as a whole is against that. Yeah, Herman did say that too. It's a possibility. I mean, we don't know. The thing is, we don't know. We really don't know what's going on in the minds of the higher ups at Sony. And, like if you were to ask them, like, what are you guys going to do? What's the future? Probably like, we're figuring that out. We have Ice Rezo saying Phil has to consider PlayStation and Nintendo because they own the majority of the popular games as a service, such as Call of Duty, Overwatch, Diablo, ESO, 76, and Minecraft. That's the whole thing here. I could be extracting a whole lot of something from nothing that turns out to be nothing. That could be exactly what's happening right now. And before I continue with these super chats, let's give Shems. Let's get some W's in the chat for Shems, who comes in and he decides he wants to drop 5 membership gifts onto the community today. Shems, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that support.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
He kicks us off today. Late start, but still very grateful nonetheless. Very awesome of you to do that. I'm going to add that to the counter. Yeah, W's in the chat for Shems, man. Really appreciate that. Let me add that here. So you bring us up to 5 members on the day. Love to see it, bro. Where are we at here? Okay. Phil is going to win MBG back with State of Decay 3, calling it now. Yeah, I mean, again, I've been very open that that is this single most lasered in game that Xbox is working on right now that I care about. For me, I'm honed in on that. I mean, I don't care about it too much right now because it seems like it's many years away still. But yeah, I'm excited to see that gameplay reveal whenever that happens. But what you're saying here, Ice, this very well could be. See, my whole thing with this, though, is Phil, again, I have to emphasize that he doesn't mention these things. And that is done intentionally. We have to understand that. What I mean is, he could have just name dropped one game. He could have just said, we have to embrace the Nintendo and PlayStation community because of games like Minecraft. And we wouldn't be having this conversation. And these articles wouldn't be written up because that he made it clear that we're talking about the games that we have that are live service multi-platform. I don't know. Maybe I am overthinking. There's a really good chance I am overthinking it, though. And these reports are needless and unnecessary. You're saying it's kind of self-explanatory? Yeah, I guess you're right. It is self-explanatory. I'm just still hung up on the fact that Satya Nadella, he is the be-all end-all for Microsoft, truthfully. I just can't get over that this is the way Phil decides to word it. As soon as Satya Nadella says, yeah, we're approaching it from a publisher standpoint now. It's Hellblade 2 will be very telling. I don't think so. I'm not saying I'm expecting Hellblade 2 and Avowed to be multi-platform all of a sudden. I think that any game that was announced to just be coming to Xbox is going to still just come to Xbox. The next showcase will... Whenever Xbox has their next showcase, that will definitively give us our answer because that will be the first showcase that features Activision Blizzard. And I have no doubt they're going to want to reveal the new Call of Duty and other games that Activision Blizzard may have. So, yeah, I don't know, man. It'll I'm just saying we could see a scenario where it's here's the new Crash Bandicoot, and it's releasing on PS5. What then? What then, right? Is it oh, what about the next Doom? You know what I mean? But it might not, it could just be, here's the next Crash Bandicoot. It's not coming to PlayStation. That probably is more likely. That's probably more likely. Hold on, guys. I gotta let my cat out. Leia's always howling at the door. We have Davey Max, member for 2 months, who says, another top stream. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it, man. Thank you for joining me and watching. We have Venino again with a $5 chat. He says, how do you explain to the Sony board Microsoft is making so much money without console? I don't know if you meant to say peasants, but presents. Oh, I know what you. Okay, you spelled presence, presents. I get what you're saying. Without a console presence, hardware is becoming useless. Microsoft earnings prove it. I don't know, MBG. Ooh, yeah, that's another interesting angle I didn't think of. That's another really interesting angle where, I mean, that's the thing. Sony could, yeah. That is a tough one because Sony, this could be why Sony is getting so aggressive with their console push with the Slim model. There's a really good chance Sony's profiting on every PS5 Slim console sold. I don't know if it'll be a high, I'm sure it's not a high profit margin, but a profit nonetheless. And that is likely due to the lower cost to manufacture, less material. Those little plastic things that you put to put it horizontally. And this could be an effort to show their investors, like, see, we can still make good money on the console. I don't know. But that's a very interesting angle, Venino, that I didn't think of, where, you know, Microsoft could very much be betting against the console. And they know that maybe it's going to get harder and harder for Sony and Nintendo to keep the console relevant in the next 10 years or so. But, you know, I did just see that Nintendo had their earnings, and they just said the Switch is at like 132 million sold, which is wild. Like, that's wild. The Switch could possibly go on to outsell the PS2 at the rate it's going. It could. So, the PS5 is getting ready to have a record holiday. It's just, I think it's a difficult bet for Microsoft to make right now, like to bet against the console, because it's like, what you're saying is true to an extent, but at the same time, it's like Sony and Nintendo can still turn to their investors and their boards and be like, do you see these sales numbers though? Do you see the demand? You know, why would we drop this as the focus? I think it really comes down to we have to hear the next. I'm waiting for Microsoft to announce the Game Pass subscriber milestone. That'll be a pretty significant thing whenever that happens. That's it. See, to me, that's where the conversation gets so unpredictable, where it's like, is the console the future or is it not? I mean, I would prefer it to be, just because I like it, but I don't know. Maybe it really isn't. Just being realistic about it, we could see in the long term. I mean, the next 10 years, it could very well be that it turns out most gamers want a game through a sub service or something. I don't know. I think it might take longer than that. We'll see. We're going to see. Yeah, that's true. That's true. If consoles go, PC has to go too. Yeah, you're right. Makes it even more unlikely. PC is the future? I don't know, man. I'm still not at that point. Like, I still think we are in the fog, you know, where it's like we don't, like, we can, like, I can say the console's the future, you could say PC's the future, somebody could say streaming's the future, somebody could say subscriptions is the future. I don't think we know yet. I think certain things have to occur, certain failures and certain successes in the next 5 to 8 years in order to know. Like, notice how no one really right now is talking about the cloud future because Google tried that and it failed, and everybody was like, well, I guess that's not a thing, right? But now we see what Microsoft's doing with Game Pass, and a lot of people are saying like that's going to be the future. But we see Sony and Nintendo still sticking to the traditional model, and they're still finding success. I don't know. I don't know, man. We're still in the fog. Cloud is for AI and not gaming. It doesn't work. Some may say mobile's the future. Ah, yes. There's some mobile chips of ARM architecture coming out right now. Yeah, good point. Good point. It's a great point, actually. Didn't even consider that. See, that's the thing. It's just there's so many different paths that can be taken right now. I do view Sony as a more conservative company in the sense that I don't think Sony's going to be the first one to, blaze that trail and risk failure, which maybe you could say is a negative against them. But I do imagine Sony is certainly a company that's much more willing to stick with what's working rather than jump onto whatever they think the future might be, because it's not like they're in a bad position right now, PlayStation follows Xbox always. Well, you could say Xbox followed PlayStation, right? I mean, think about it. PlayStation was the dominant console manufacturer with the PS2, and Microsoft decided to follow their lead. They had no choice, but I'm just saying I think that it really is just a back and forth, I think that there have been times Sony has copied Microsoft and times that Microsoft has copied Sony. I think that there are times where they both copied Nintendo, right? I think that this is just kind of a normal thing we see across all industries where everybody's copying everybody, really. Because it's like I've said before, it's not necessarily just the innovation itself. It's the refinement and the perfecting of that innovation that sometimes can ultimately be the thing that becomes mainstream. And I'll tell you one. I'll tell you one thing. Both Sony and Nintendo copied. They tried to copy the Wii and the success the Wii found. That was funny. Now those were weird times, man. Those were weird times. Saying Microsoft has been the trailblazer for the reason why we're able to play online video games. Yeah, no, I'll give them credit for that. Certainly. The achievement system. Yeah, no, Microsoft has done some great work in the gaming industry. But that's the thing, is like Microsoft has done great work. They've also done terrible work. Same with Sony. Same with Nintendo. Again, I just think it's just this kind of like, if we're being totally objective about it, like all these different gaming companies offer some good and some bad. Or either they have offered some good and some bad over the course of their entire lifetimes in the gaming industry. All right, we got Feral Flame with a $5 super chat saying, just offer Microsoft as an add-on like EA or Ubisoft and curate content on Game Pass to only Microsoft-owned games. Just offer Microsoft as add-on like EA or Ubisoft. Curate content on Game Pass to Microsoft. Yeah, that would be a viable option. Absolutely. It would be a viable option, but again, I'm just not convinced that is the first thing Sony would jump to do, Like, I just get this feeling that there would be, like, it's likely more complicated behind the scenes. There are probably many different reasons why they'd be like, you know what? Maybe we don't do that. I don't know. The big question is, are we in a video game? Uh-oh. That's bait. Venino with the $2 super chat says, in my opinion, mobile and NVIDIA/AMD APU on high-end TVs, like Ally. I mean, that would be a, yeah, you're actually, yeah. That's actually that's a real thing that probably is going to happen at some point. It makes me wonder if in the future, Sony's gonna, it's like they actually don't have a console anymore. It's just the PlayStation 8 is just a Sony TV. Like, it's not called a Sony Bravia, it's just called a PlayStation 8, but it's just literally just a screen you buy. Right? I don't know about that. I mean, that'd be a total transformation of what console. That's not a console at that point. Yeah, you just get the TV, the controller, all the hardware is already in. It's just like in the TV. You install the PlayStation 8 in your brain, play it in your subconscious. That sounds pretty good. It's the next level of VR right there. But anyway, I've been going on and on here. I just wanted to have this discussion with you guys about what Phil Spencer said, because I just think that it's one of these things where it can be interpreted many different ways. And either way, there is some truth to what Phil is saying here. The PlayStation community is now going to be part of the Xbox community to a certain extent, thanks to, I mean, it already has been with like Minecraft, but especially now with Call of Duty. And so, time will tell if this is some kind of hint from Phil about where Xbox is headed, or if maybe we're just overthinking it and overanalyzing it. We will find out eventually. All right. I do want to move on to the final topic of the stream, though, which is I think, pretty important update for Silent Hill 2 Remake, something that got people very concerned. This is an article, again, from Push Square. It says, Konami has responded to suggestions that upcoming PS5 remake of Silent Hill 2 will feature an origin story for Pyramid Head, stating it's incorrect information via a statement handed to Eurogamer. Word of such a thing came from a Best Buy product listing for the game, where it was claimed the famous character would make a, quote, a return along with a special origin story for fans to play through, end quote. This description has now been removed. What fans have found curious, though, is how multiple retailers all seem to upload the product page for Silent Hill 2 around the same time, following little in the way of new information of trailers this year. The hope appears to be the survival horror title will feature at the Game Awards next month, with a view to launch in 2024. So, yeah, not a major topic, but definitely a significant update here, where people were very nervous that, like, you're going to introduce a new origin. Like, look, I'm not going to spoil anything for those who haven't played Silent Hill 2, but just know that that's messy. Like the idea that you're going to have a new origin story. If you know anything about the character of Pyramid Head, that sounds like, it just doesn't sound good. It sounds very concerning. And one of the biggest concerns that people have with this Silent Hill 2 remake is, please just do it justice, honor it. Like, don't ruin it. Don't make any unnecessary changes. And that sounds like a unnecessary change. So I think it's just good that Konami nipped this in the bud real quick and was like, yeah, no, that was a mistake. Sorry. We have Chris Dennis, member for 5 months. He says, maybe there's no future. Humanity is doomed. Nuclear war, AI takeover, doomer-bound gamer. Yeah, man. I mean, why do you think I focus so much on the future of video games and not humanity itself? Maybe you're right, man. Hey, what I will say is all the more reason to just enjoy the games we have coming now, that are out now, that are coming soon. Enjoy them, right? No one knows the future. No one knows the future. Oh man. But those are all of the topics that I have for you today. Actually, no, my bad. I have one more topic. I totally forgot to mention this one earlier. Only Sony will allow crazy PS5, PS4 indie horror Christmas Massacre. It says here Sony is the only console manufacturer crazy enough to allow PS1 inspired alt horror Christmas Massacre to release on its systems, according to infamous developer Puppet Combo. The oddball game, which appears to allow you to play as a murderous Santa Claus, has been dubbed too crazy for Nintendo Switch and Xbox. This is surprising because PlayStation has earned itself a reputation for being heavy on censorship and far too safe. Some hardcore fans have taken issue with Sony's certification process, which has seen some overly sexual scenes altered. The company doesn't appear to take too much of an issue with violence, however, as evidenced by The Last of Us Part 2. There's also heavy sexual scenes in The Last of Us Part 2 as well, on top of the violence. It says, however, Puppet Combo has released titles on all systems before, such as Nun Massacre. Wow. So it's unclear. I wonder what that game's about. So it's unclear why Christmas Massacre has only been given the green light on PS5 and PS4. We can't help but wonder whether the increased exposure will prompt Sony to give the game a closer look. But it's scheduled to release on November 17th. So, yeah, I mean, we've seen Sony come under fire before for censorship, and now we're seeing the opposite, where there's a game that Sony's choosing not to censor and not do anything about, but both Nintendo and Microsoft are like, yeah, we're not putting that on our platform. So I don't know. I only see an image of this game, and I don't know like what it actually looks like, what the gameplay is, but there you go. That was the last topic I had for you. I just wanted to throw that in there. Can't say it's a game I want to play. You know what? There is something else I want to talk about briefly here. I was unsure if I was going to talk about this, but because we got through all our topics so quickly, Sony, in my opinion, needs to try to talk to Remedy about a possible acquisition. Because, dude, I'm playing Alan Wake 2, and I've gotten further into it. Somebody mentioned to me, it was either yesterday or the day before, where they were like, did you get to the Max Payne like parts of the game? And I was like, I thought it was just like a little Easter egg. It was a little bit more than that. But I've gotten further into the game, and dude, this game is really, really, really good. I mean, Remedy has always been a really good developer, but this game, from what I've played so far, like they are taking things up a notch. What strikes me about this game from Remedy is, dude, they would fit perfectly into PlayStation Studios. I mean, dude, everything about this game to me feels like this is a PlayStation Studios title. And it's so good, man. It's so good. And I just think if Sony is smart, again, like the reason why I'm saying this, the reason why I don't even care. Like, look, you can get Remedy and keep their games multi-plat. I'm not saying make them exclusive. I mean, maybe they would. But the reason why I'm saying this is because, dude, Sony, if you don't get Remedy, somebody else is going to, and it might be Microsoft. And I don't think Sony should risk that because these guys are too talented. This is too good. This is too like. This would be a huge loss, in my opinion, to Sony to have a development team like Remedy possibly taken away. And yeah, I started playing the section at like Caldera Station or something. I think that's what it's called. And I was already like pretty impressed with the game. I'm like, this is pretty good. But once I got to that section, I'm like, yo, what is this game? This is like, I don't know if Alan Wake 2 is going to be my game of the year. Again, it still has to surpass Final Fantasy 16, but it's getting better. It's getting better. It's very slow paced, but I like that. This game just evokes a sense of dread, which is very cool. And it has that kind of Remedy, I don't know what to call it. It's just that style of like, it does remind me of Kojima a little bit, where there's just this kind of dialogue and these interactions in the game where it's like very bizarre and very strange, where it's like, almost fourth wall breaking a little bit. I love it. And we have Hellbound 1981. Hellbound, the legend, returns. He drops 5 more membership gifts for the community. He does it again. Hellbound.
Thank you.
Dude, thank you so much, man. Let's get some W's in the chat for Hellbound 1981. He's absolutely a legend around here. He pretty much stops by every stream, drops some membership gifts for the community. It's very nice of him, very generous. And I really do appreciate that, man. So Hellbound brings us up to 10 members on the day. Love to see it, guys. Thank you so much for the continued support. It means everything. Good stuff, Hellbound. Let me give you a Mark Cerny as well. I know Hellbound likes Mark.
Indicator of performance.
He loves to hear about those T-flops and how they don't matter. I'm just kidding. I don't know that. Maybe he does. We have Pony up here with a $10 super chat. He says Sony's okay with gore, but they censor the female. I don't know, what is that? I don't know what that. What is that word? I'm gonna have to look up real quick just because I don't. Oh, okay. Anyway, you're saying that they censor the female stuff because of the male gaze. The only male gaze are in the writers' rooms, ruining characters like Manly Joel Watson. FYI, BlackRock owns 9 million shares of PlayStation. Dude, I don't know, man. I'll be honest, Pony Up. I feel like it's a little bit conspiratorial, dude. I do. Like, again, did anybody, if you played The Last of Us Part 2, like, I don't, look, all right, I don't want to be too vulgar, but it's just, there's a scene in that that's just straight up, like, softcore porn. It's short-lived, but it's in that game. And to me, it just makes it clear to me that I think there's just some kind of because you know what's so strange about it is like that exists in a Sony first party game, but I remember like there was this time with Devil May Cry 5 where they literally censored an ass. Like an ass as in like I think Dante was carrying one of the female characters and you just like saw her ass and they were like, we got to censor that. It's like, what are you talking about? I think there's just some kind of mix up and miscommunication happening. You know, like where they got to get their stuff together. Like what, first off, you should severely limit any censorship. You know, I'm not saying nothing should be censored. I only say that because, you know, there would certainly be things where people take things in directions where it's like, this is not good. This is unsavory for everybody. But it just doesn't make any sense to me that, you get what I'm saying? So that's why I don't know. People keep bringing up like BlackRock and stuff. It's like, I don't know, man. I'll be honest. I've seen people try to tell me like Alan Wake 2 is woke. Alan Wake 2 is woke, and I'm playing it, and I'm like, the fuck are you talking about? I'm just being honest. Where it's like, look, man, I understand there are things I play. There's media I consume where I can see. Again, some of the agendas being pushed, no doubt about it. But in Alan Wake 2, like I haven't once while playing this game took a step back. I was like, well, damn, they're really shoving that shit down my throat. I haven't. I'm just enjoying. I'm like, this is a cool ass story. Like, what is happening here? I want to figure it out. So, you know, I don't know, man, just buy at your own discretion, you know, support at your own discretion. If you think something is, you know, if you think something is being censored or something is being pushed that you're not a fan of, then just, you know, just don't buy it. You know, don't support it. But if it's something you might be interested in, go for it. You're saying yes, it is. It's a good thriller and a great game, but my God, dude, I don't know. Maybe some of the stuff is going over my head then, because I honestly haven't noticed much. Like the biggest thing that I've noticed so far is there are some characters in the game acting very strangely. And my interpretation is this has for story reasons. So I'll put it to you this way. There are characters acting so strange in the story so far, like not main characters, but like side characters or just random characters you come across, where it's like, this is supposed to make me feel like something is wrong, like something is off, right? Like something is totally off here because no one talks like that, or like this is a weird interaction. And I don't know. I think maybe that's my interpretation of it, because I feel like, I don't know, that's kind of the strangeness with some of Remedy's storytelling in their games. But I don't know, man. I just can't agree with what some people are saying, man. Like I'm playing Alan Wake 2 and I'm like, I'm really enjoying it. I don't get it. I just don't, man. They got me. Game over. But I'm happy. Like, is that such a bad thing? Is that a bad thing? What if you're happy though? No, I'll be straight up with you, man. Like, if there's something that I've realized lately, it's that people overreact. I overreact. I do. There are many times where I overreact, but when I take a step back, I'm like, this is an overreaction. It is. Like, it's not that serious. Like, just if you don't like it, just state why you don't like it and then leave it alone. And if people agree with you, they'll follow you and they'll say, yeah, I don't like it either. And then they'll walk away from it. And that thing that you guys collectively don't like will suffer and maybe go away. That's it. You know, it's like that, you know, they say, like, don't feed the trolls, right? People tell me that all the time. Don't feed the trolls. I feel like you have to take that same approach with the things that you believe in and want to support and the things you don't. That's all. But I just think there's too much, I don't know, volatility all around. Like, frankly, it does get annoying. You know, it does on all sides, where it's like, I get it. You know, I get it. Ice Razo with a $5 chat. He says, MBG, wouldn't Microsoft buying Remedy be considered more organic because they previously owned the Alan Wake IP and gave it back to Remedy? I mean, it would, in the sense that, yeah, there was a long time ago a partnership there. And that's why I'm saying, like, that's exactly, dude, it is insane that Microsoft didn't task Remedy with making an Alan Wake 2, considering this is what we got. Where it's like, this would have been a huge hit for Microsoft. And I bet you they're kicking themselves in the ass, and I bet you they're looking at Remedy right now like, this could make for a good acquisition. And that's why I'm saying, Sony, you might want to start talking to them. Yeah, they did Quantum Break as well. Good point. Yeah. So that, exactly. Even more reason, Sony. They're going to get scooped up, I'm telling you. Pony up with another $10 super chat. I appreciate it, buddy. You're saying they made MJ Uggo. You play as a deaf black girl defacing public property, Ella. Dude, I love that that's how you defacing public property. You arrange a gay dem prom date as Spider-Man. People buy these games without knowing what's in it. Intihar even said that's their goal. Well, again, man, like, okay, so my question to you is this, Pony Up. The three things you just listed that you do in Spider-Man 2, what about it bothers you? What about MJ being ugly bothers you? What about playing as a deaf black girl bothers you? What about, arranging a date between a gay couple for prom bothers you in Spider-Man. I'm genuinely asking right now, because I have my take on this, but I'm just curious because you're the one who brought it up, not me. Sorry if there's a little bit of dead air. Give me a good opportunity to hydrate, actually. Are Alan Wake 2 sales numbers out? Not yet. I wonder if they're going to announce them. I do wonder how the game performed. Capono, you're saying, why do you turn the table like that on him? I'm not turning. No, I'm genuine. It's because the thing about it is I don't want to make assumptions about what Pony Up, that's the thing. I don't want to, that's why I'm asking him directly, like, to let me know what about it he doesn't like, because I don't want to assume. What I will say is this, because Pony Up, I don't want you to feel like pressured, like you have to super chat that or anything. I mean, if you want to, you can, but it don't, I know it's, the chat is going, and here's what I'll say. My problem with the three things you just listed, well, first off, I don't have a problem with MJ. I don't. I've talked about that multiple times. I'll be real in that I think people just want to jump on something here with the whole Mary Jane thing. Like, yes, she doesn't look exactly the same, but like, I don't know, man. I just think she looked fine. Like, yeah, she's not the most beautiful character I've ever seen, but I'm not playing Spider-Man 2 to stare at Mary Jane's face and say, man, she better be gorgeous or else. If you say she looked better in the first game, okay, that's fine. I think that's a fair argument. Then you liked how she looked better in the first game. Guess what? I liked how Peter Parker looked originally in Spider-Man 2018 more than this new face they're using. Did it stop me from playing and enjoying the game? No. But I can say that. Like, I did prefer the original face model. Now, the second thing you mentioned here, playing as a deaf black girl, I do think it's kind of funny you're saying defacing public property. Okay, to be fair, she was trying to turn graffiti into something that looked more like art. Okay, I don't know. That's neither here nor there. I have no problem with her being a black deaf girl or being playable. My only problem is this isn't a Spider-Man game. And that, to me, is problematic for the simple fact that I did not buy a Spider-Man 2 game for this type of gameplay. Now, granted, we have to be fair here. That is an optional side mission. Okay? That is an optional side mission that you do not have to play. But I agree on that. Like, that's the only reason that bothers me. If Insomniac said, we want to make a game that stars a deaf black girl going around defacing public property, as you put, I wouldn't have any problem with that. I would just probably say, I don't know. I mean, depending on how good or not good or exciting the gameplay looks or what the story is about, maybe it's not going to be the first game that I'm immediately interested in playing. I'd have to see the game. But if Insomniac wanted to do that, I would have no problem with it. My only problem is that from a gameplay perspective, this feels like this is not exactly what I expected in Spider-Man 2. And I think that's a fair argument to make. But again, it is an optional mission. And before I continue, I have to give a major shout out to Corey, the legend Landiga, the destroyer of membership goals, because he just came in and he just crushed our goal. Just like that. He just came in and he dropped 15 membership gifts and he just brought us up to 25. So, guys,
Holy shit.
Let's get some W's. I mean, you already got some W's in the chat, but let's get some more W's in the chat for Corey. Corey, he's always doing just the most generous things for the channel and for the community. And Corey, I have to salute you for that, man. He comes in at the 11th hour here, basically, as we're pretty much almost done with all the topics, and just crushes our goal. I really, really appreciate that, man. That's some incredible support there. Corey is an MVP today. Corey's frequently an MVP. Let me update that goal for us. So there we go. 25 hit. Awesome stuff, man. I really appreciate it. Sorry if I sound like a broken record again, but I just always want you guys to know how much it means to me on a personal level, but also for the community, for the content. Amazing stuff, Corey.
Thank you.
Amazing stuff.
Appreciate it.
And just to finish off with the super chat, the third thing you're saying is, the whole gay, the gay couple and how you have to arrange a prom date. You see, to me, the thing that these two missions have in common, from the way I see it, is uninteresting gameplay. And just they are it is side content that to me does not really add anything to the overall experience. However, I know what you might be thinking. Oh, well, see, and those the two missions that you're saying aren't very exciting and aren't adding much to the game, those are woke missions, right? So obviously that's what's not fun about them. However, you know what else I thought was really dumb and boring? The mission where you have to ride a bike through a park as Spider-Man and jump off ramps. You know what else I thought was boring? All the missions where you have to, do these little, like you're as a little flying robotic bee and you're shooting little blasters at other fucking whatever, wildlife. Listen, Spider-Man 2, I thought was a great game. My only thing is that there are the biggest problem with Spider-Man 2, and I guess I didn't talk about this too much because I never really did like a spoiler deep dive. The biggest problem with Spider-Man 2, in my opinion, is the side content, where for me, it's very much hit or miss. There was a lot of side content, or at least a decent amount of side content in Spider-Man 2, that regardless of how you feel about like the potential political agendas, like, dude, I'm playing a video game to enjoy the game, right? Like, I don't care if your characters are gay. Make me care about those characters, right? I don't care if your character is a deaf black girl. Make me care about that character. And granted, I think, the character that we're referencing here is perfectly fine. I think she fits in well as, being part of Miles' story. And, we'll have to see how they handle it going forward. But it's just like, to me, so here's what I'll say. They could have cut like more than half of the side content in Spider-Man 2, and I think it would have been a better game for it. And I'm not saying they should have specifically cut the mission with the gay couple or this one. Like, there were other ones as well. Like I said, like any any of the bike riding, the only bike riding mission that made sense to me was maybe the one with Harry in the beginning. But I don't know, man. I just think what just bothers me about these conversations sometimes, I think people really they want to find a reason to have such a problem with something. And it's like, I don't know, man. Pony Up, you follow it up here with another chat and you say, Insomniac stereotyped a black girl commit. Oh my God. Okay, come on. Dude, you have to be joking. I'm not trying to be rude, but you have to be joking with that, right? Like, are you leaning into the joke? I don't know. He says, Pony Up says Insomniac stereotyped a black girl committing a crime. All these Life is Strange levels were more important than the main content, according to Brian. I mean, did he say that though? Did he really say that? Brian Intihar? I'd actually be interested to know if that's really what he said or not, because that I would be a little concerned about, where it's like, no. I don't care what your political alignment is. If you think this side content was more important than the main story, I'm concerned. Not, again, no political nothingness, just the side content was not nearly as interesting or entertaining or as good as the main story. Not even close. Some of it was pretty good, but a lot of it was just like, I don't say it was just filler and padding, but it kind of felt that way, being brutally honest, you know? Which I expected a little bit of, because the first game had that. But if he did say that, I would like to know where he said that so I could source it. But come on, man. You're saying they stereotyped a black girl coming in. Come on, dude. I'm sorry, Pony. I can't even entertain that notion. That's ridiculous. That's you gotta know that's ridiculous, man. Come on. She wasn't committing a crime, bro. She's an artist. Well. What do you? I mean, hey, man, it's your opinion. Pony up. This is what I'll tell you. If you don't like Spider-Man 2 and you don't like what it's doing, then it's fine. Then you don't have to like it, you know? Just speak your truth. And, you know, I'm not going to say I agree with it, but you're entitled to your opinion, you know, as is everybody else. Smurf says he likes those kind of missions because he likes seeing things from the regular people's perspective. Is that what he said? I mean, if that's true, again, I don't know. If that's true, I get that. Like, I get where that comes from, but I don't know. I mean, see, the thing is it's difficult for me to have that much of a problem with that content, even if it feels weak to me, because it is optional. You know, that's the whole thing. It's like, I remember in the first Spider-Man game, I got really annoyed with the crimes, you know, like you had to constantly complete a certain amount of crimes in each district. And I got so bored of it. I was like, this is just getting monotonous. And at the same time, though, like the truth was you didn't have to do that. That is optional content in the name of a platinum. I'm not saying I'm not going to have any feedback. But I'm not going to get like so angry about it. It's just like maybe you guys can improve that a little bit, you know, make it a little less annoying. Yeah, they did ease up on it a lot, which I was very grateful for. Dude, you know what I thought was really funny? The side mission with the blind woman where Miles so she had an allergy to like dogs, so she couldn't get like a you know, what would they call them, a seeing dog. To like help her out, and you end up getting one of those robotic dogs, and he like programmed it to make it a nice like robotic dog, and I just thought that was funny shit. Like, dude, if something goes haywire in that dog's gonna rip that woman to pieces. Like, you just murdered that woman. That mission was okay. That one was okay. It was a little, you know, a service dog. There we go. Yeah. What did I call it? A seeing dog? What the hell is that even? What am I even saying? Service dog, a guide dog. Ice Razo with a $5 check. Well, actually, really quick. AZN Panda 510. Member for 5 months. Appreciate that, bud. You're saying when it comes to gays and trans, I'm like, whatever. I don't care. But I'm not going to cry. People say that MJ is ugly. Should look in the mirror. I mean, yeah, dude, it's like, I don't, the MJ thing, I just don't get, dude. I just don't get it. Like, I legitimately had more of a problem with the Peter Parker face switch than I do with what they did with MJ. But whatever. What are you going to do? Ice Razo says the longest Spider-Man 2 boss fight is MJ berating Spider-Man for being toxic and selfish, which doesn't match his persona of being a hero. Yeah, but what I thought was, I actually liked that part of the game. I did, because it's like, dude, Peter, I mean, like, I don't know. It's just one of those things where it felt like a normal couple fight. But because it's a Spider-Man game, they have to set up a scenario where it's like, we have to justify Peter and MJ having a fight right now. But at the same time, man, like, you know, see, what I think you're leaving out, Ice, is that there's a exact, yes, Jay Shako points out, like, she was Scream, you know, where it's like, it's no different than when Peter was in the symbiote suit and he just started acting like a complete asshole. He became animalistic at one point. You know, but to me, what made it more interesting is that, like, dude, this just sounds like a normal couple fight. Straight up. Like a more serious one, but and it made me laugh a little bit because it's like, this is what it takes for MJ and Peter to get into a real fight, is being taken over by the symbiote. You know, like, they must have a perfect relationship. Yeah, spoilers, of course, but sorry, I should have mentioned that. I'm just assuming everybody here at this point finished Spider-Man 2. I mean, sorry. We don't think we spoiled anything too much, but I held off as long as I could, you know? Saying Sony chasing ESG is what does ESG stand for? I see people throwing that around. I don't know what that is. Beezer, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. That's my fault. I just got too involved in the conversation. I apologize. Hopefully, I didn't ruin too much for you. All right, let me see. Mark Loven, you're saying wish Insomniac would... God, sorry. Wish Insomniac would either go back to Resistance or a new IP. Is there any game that you would like to see revived? Hope all is well. Well, thank you. I am doing well. I hope you are too, Mark. It's a great question. I mean, Insomniac is a very talented studio, and I'll be honest with you, I don't think they're going to be going to something like Resistance or anything like that anytime soon. I just think that they are, I hate to say it because I know some people really don't want this to be the truth, but I think they are the Marvel studio, at least for now, where they got a good thing going with Spider-Man and they got Wolverine, and maybe Ratchet and Clank, another Ratchet and Clank game is in the pipeline. You talk about anything I would like to see revived. I mean, I feel like a broken record talking about this as well, but frankly, I want to see Sony revive SOCOM. I do. I want to see Sony revive SOCOM more than anything. I think it stands for equity and social governance. ESG. Environmental, social, and governance. Yeah, I Googled this. It's not helping me that much. I'm not sure. Somebody's probably gonna have to explain to me like what it means exactly, because this isn't helping me out. Environmental. Yeah. I mean, what is that? Environmental and social governance. I don't know. Is that a bad thing? I don't know. I guess I'll have to research it. But Mark, yeah, dude, when it comes to SOCOM, like, I wouldn't expect Insomniac to make SOCOM, but I would like to see SOCOM made by, I don't know, somebody who can make a competent third-person shooter. Who underneath Sony could make a good SOCOM? I mean, there was that rumor a long time ago that it was Guerrilla, but I don't know that it would be Guerrilla. I do want to see something happen with Bloodborne though in the future, hopefully with you know, From's involvement. You're saying it means that they'd rather make games about social issues than anything fun? Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, well, I can understand to a degree why companies would want to do that and why developers would want to do that. And I'm a believer in it's not what you say, it's how you say it. I do believe that. Like The Last of Us is a perfect example. Like I have went on record so many times making it clear that the reason why I didn't like The Last of Us Part 2 is because I just didn't like the narrative direction it took. But I remember the insanity that ensued with that game on the political level, where it's like woke this, woke that, and SJW this, SJW that, like Neil Cuckman and everything else. And it's like, dude, I was over here like begging, like, can we just acknowledge that this story's not good? Like, I'm sorry if you like The Last of Us Part 2 and you think it's a good story. You know, it's just my opinion. It's just one person's opinion. But I'm just like this. I like to me that this was just totally unnecessary, and I didn't like the character of Abby. Everybody was like so focused, like, is Abby a trans whatever, a trans person, and the whole thing. And I'm like, look, man, yeah, she's buff. I don't have a problem with buff women. You know, I mean, if they're like on gear, I feel like that's kind of unnatural. You know, I don't know about that, but fine, whatever. You know, like a woman that wants to have muscles, I can relate. You know, like I want to have muscles too. But I was just like so desperately trying to like tell people like, dude, you guys are focusing on the wrong things. Like Abby, in my opinion, is a boring character. Like she doesn't have much, like she does not compare to Joel and Ellie. And we're playing as this character for more than half the game. You know? Like but everybody was so focused on, I don't know. Like everybody focused on that line in the game where it was like Ellie was like who was it, Ellie said like bigot sandwich or something like that. And it's like, who fucking cares, dude? Like I'm just going to be honest right now. And I'm sorry if this offends anybody, but hopefully maybe it helps people realize, like, do you realize like when you get this offended over it, like you just, it just seems like you're kind of coming off as a little, like kind of a little bit babyish, where it's like, guys, like it's something so fucking small that it's just, who fucking cares? Like, just move on. Just say this is fucking stupid and then walk away. Like I just keep seeing people, they keep throwing fits, and maybe I'm guilty of this, not with the political stuff, but with maybe in the gaming industry. And I get it if you're passionate about something, but it's like, just, you know, something that I've noticed that has begun to happen is people are starting to form their own alliances and whatnot, and they're like they're like creating alternative outlets, like alternative social media platforms. They're like, I saw that there's like a Snow White movie being made as like a fucking fuck you to the Disney Snow White movie, and I'm like, you know, there you go. Like go support. Like if you feel that strongly, just go support that. Or if you feel strongly the other way, go support that. Like these things are out there. That's what I'm trying to say. These things are out there. Choose what you want to support. But I just think people getting so worked up over it, it's like, you're not going to convince somebody. You're just not. Like you're probably just going to scare people away. Like, I'll be honest, like the people that are talking this way about Spider-Man, they're not getting me to think anything other than I think you guys are getting like a little nutso over here. Well, maybe like Spider-Man 2, some of the stuff I can understand. It's pretty clear that they want it to. We're back. Now it's happened. No, we're back. Am I, dude? I don't know what to do. I keep saying we're back. We're not. Don't like. I didn't want to restart the stream because I'm pretty sure if it's a issue on YouTube's end or the internet, it would still have the same problem. I'm trying to watch my own stream on my phone here. Just to because I'll be able to detect. Saying now it's now running in 4K. Hellbound, is it really saying that? It's saying I'm in 4K. That sounds problematic. Because I'm not streaming in 4K, man. All right, I'm going to give it just another minute here. Just to see if it happens again. Because, I mean, I'm almost done the stream. I really didn't want to restart it if I didn't have to. I really didn't want to. It says 1080. Okay. I got a midstream upgrade. I still have a couple super chats to read too. That's another thing. All right, well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to read these super chats just in case it happens again. I think this is on YouTube's end again, guys, because my internet is fine. Like, it is not my internet. I think it's YouTube. They've been having some issues lately. So I'm going to run through these super chats. And I want to do that before something else happens. So we have another super chat from Pony Up. Not sure if he's still here or not. He says, uglifying pretty girls has been a trend in the industry for years. MJ is just the latest. One of Brian's interviews, he said if he couldn't make these levels, he wouldn't make the game. Saying Sio covered it. I mean, look, I get it, man, but I just don't care. You know? I don't know if it's because I'm married or what. I guess I'm just saying, like, if you want to make ugly women, then make ugly women. I don't give a fuck. If you want to make hot women, make hot women. I don't give a fuck that way either. If you want to make, you know, hot and ugly women, same thing with men. I don't care. Like, I'm just saying, I don't know, man. Maybe it's just me, but it's like, that's not why I'm playing these games or watching these stories. Like, dude, if you want to see beautiful women, go look for it. Because they're everywhere on the internet. You know? Like, they're everywhere. They're not hard to find. I'm just saying, like, if that's what you're if that's what you're looking for, it's there, bro. It's there. Now, Black Cat, pretty hot, right? Black Cat's pretty attractive. What about that? Like, does that not mean anything? You know? I mean, granted, I know she plays a really small role in this story this time, but still. Like, if they made Black Cat ugly and they made MJ, like, everybody's getting uglified. It's like, okay, well, this is a little weird. Like, it's a bit much, you know? But anyway, gotta give a major shout out here to Corey, the Legend Landiga, and Hellbound 1981. They collectively just dropped 30 membership gifts. They just dropped a 30 bomb and brought us up to 55 members on the day.
Holy shit.
Holy shit. Was not expecting that.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good shit, dude. Good shit. Corey, Hellbound, legends. Absolute legend. Obliterating the goal, dude. The goal was 25. You just got us up to 55. I really can't thank you guys enough. You guys are the sponsors of the channel. You guys power the channel, okay? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be able to do these streams, and I'm forever grateful that you allow me to be able to do this. It's a privilege, and it means a lot, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Another thing. Yeah, W's in the chat for these guys. 30 memberships, just like that. So, guys, if you're new here, I don't think there are many new people here because we had that issue. But yeah, click the icons, the gift icons, so you can opt in to get a membership if you haven't already. You're saying, Jay Shocker, you're saying she's bi now. Look, man, I'll be honest. I'm not like that familiar with the comic books, but wasn't she always bi? I don't know. Corey says that was just us trying to fix the lag. Yeah, YouTube's like, if you guys don't want to stream the lag, you're going to have to gift more. It's like, bro. Pony Up again. Pony Up, I do appreciate the super chats, man. You're saying MJ was written to be a bombshell, the girl Peter should have gotten or shouldn't have gotten. Now she looks like his mom because one of the writers self-inserted her face. Pony Up, you also say ESG fills media with agendas like lesbian power fantasies and racial equity rather than racial equality. Interesting. Malcolm X decried this line of thinking. And then you also say BC because the game writer modeled off of was hot. Well, listen. Here's the best way I'm trying to figure out a way to explain my perspective on this. All right. My whole thing with most of this is that for me, I did talk about this already, but I guess it's worth mentioning again. At the end of the day, I am just simply going to ask myself one question. How does this make me feel? Not what other people are saying. Like, for example, Pony Up, and this is no offense to you, Pony Up. I do appreciate the super chats. I'm not going to ask myself how what you're telling me makes me feel. I'm going to ask myself when I play Spider-Man 2, when I experience this stuff firsthand, and when I'm finished, how does it make me feel? That's the question I'm going to ask myself with zero outside influence. And that's what I'm trying to explain right now is how do I feel about like MJ? Like when I first saw that Spider-Man 2 trailer where they first showed MJ, I didn't think anything of it. Except, well, she looks a little bit different. That's all I thought. She looks a little bit different. Maybe it's the hair. I don't know. That's all I thought. And then I went on the internet and I saw everybody being like, she looks fucking ugly. She looks hideous. What did they do? And that's where it's like, with when there's no outside influence, how I feel is, well, she looks a little bit different. Okay. When I finished playing Spider-Man 2, or when I played a lot of it, there was nothing in this game that made me go, oh my God, what the fuck is this? There were some cringe moments. Absolutely. There were some boring moments that I thought were not that exciting or engaging. Yes. But generally speaking, I thought this game, at least like the main story and some of the side content's really good. Like the Flame side mission, good shit, man. I really enjoyed the story. I liked the boss battles. I loved Venom. I thought the way I felt walking away from Spider-Man 2 is I enjoyed this game. I had a fun time playing it. But when I go on the internet, all I'm bombarded with are people telling me why I shouldn't enjoy it. And it's just like, I'm not here to argue with anybody. For example, like Pony Up, and because I know Pony Up, there are many people that feel the way you do. I'm not here to argue with you and say you're fucking wrong and you're dumb and like, fuck you. No, like that to me, that's not necessary to any capacity. But all I will say is, that's how you feel. And I think that's fine. It sounds to me like this isn't your game, man. And it sounds to me like any game that's doing anything similar isn't going to be your game. And, I'm sorry that I can't turn to people who feel that way and say, I agree with you so much that I'm also going to react the same way. And I'm going to adopt your feelings. Because I'll tell you what, you keep talking about Brian Intihar and what he's saying. Maybe there is some kind of deeper intent with some of the decisions he made. But what I do know is Brian Intihar isn't coming to me and saying, you should have a problem with this, right? That's not what's happening. Like in the game, for example, there's a mission you play in the very beginning where they make it clear, like it's pretty clear, Peter Parker has a big problem with guns, And I could see how if you're a really sensitive person, you could take this as, wow, they're anti-gun, because it's a very topical thing right now in the US, right? Meanwhile, I'm just sitting here thinking like, he's fucking Peter Parker. His uncle got shot and died. And he's getting shot at constantly. Yeah, he's probably not a fan of guns. Batman isn't a fan of guns either. I have no problem with Batman. It's just where it's like, why can't we just take things for what they are? What is so fucking wrong about that? This is where I start to get, I feel like I'm being gaslit. Where it's like, why, like, even if you take it for what it is and you say, I still don't like it, then okay, you don't have to like it. You don't have to support it. But why do we have to fucking bother people so much who don't have a problem with it, who just probably don't give a fuck and just want to play games? Like, don't these people realize that by you pushing back so aggressively, you're just inviting it more? Because that's what the people who are antagonistic, that's what they're going to gravitate towards. They're going to see you as the problem and they're going to push harder. Don't give them your money. Don't support them. And the message will be sent. It's too much, man. Look, I'm not a Democrat. I'm definitely not a Democrat. Right? Like, I'm not far left. I'm far from it. And I think a lot of the shit that I see from the far left is the way people behave. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? But I see the same shit on the other side, and I realize this is just two fucking sides of the same coin, man. I'm tired. I'm fucking exhausted. Right? Because that's all it ever is, man. He's saying today I'm a bit left. Well, that's the thing. I'm sure that there are, extreme leftists that are like, yes, look, you're speaking. But it's like, dude, look, I'm not even advocating for you. I'm not advocating for anybody except probably the person in the fucking middle. It's like, can I just live and not have to get so fucking worked up about everything all the time? It's like I see people, the whole fucking, the new Marvel movie, with the Marvels. Oh, I can't wait to see the content cycle there. Gee, I wonder what it'll be like. You know what I think about that movie? I think it looks fucking stupid. That's what I think about that movie. And then you know what I do? Nothing. I proceed to do absolutely nothing. They get none of my money. They get none of my attention except for this specific moment. They get nothing from me. You will get nothing. Because I don't give a fuck about that movie for a myriad of reasons. Mainly because there's nothing they could do. They could tell me Iron Man's in that movie. I don't care. I'm not interested in those characters. I'm not interested in that story. It's not for me. And I'm okay with that. And you know what? I'm not going to sit here and go around telling you, and you better fucking have a problem with it too, buddy. I don't care. Oh, what? Brie Larson, maybe she fucking is annoying and she is too opinionated and always is trying to. But you know what? I don't care about her either. I don't give a fuck about what she has to say. She's probably rich anyway, you know? Why she care? I'm just tired, man. I'm tired. Now you got me. See, now you roped me in. Y'all fucking roped me in. Now I'm doing it. Capono saying, you're at work dying over here. A lot of people staring at me. I'm sorry, Capono. You got me going. Look, all I'm saying at the end of the day is if you like it, like it. If you love it, love it. If you don't. If you got to walk the fuck away, walk the fuck away. You want to fight, go ahead and fight. But at the end of the day, the people that you're fighting, they're not ever going to change their opinion. They're not ever going to change how they feel about you, about me. They have their beliefs, they have their convictions, just like you do. You're just playing a game of tug of war. The pendulum swings back and forth. Sometimes it swings further to your side, and other times it's going to swing further to theirs. Okay? Everybody has this idea on how life should be lived. Everybody has this idea in their head of the right way to live. And I think the sad reality is there's so many people who truly do not have ill intent against anybody, but they get so fucking wrapped up in other people's bullshit that is not actually relevant to their fucking life that they suddenly become part of the problem themselves. And I'm tired. I'm very tired. He's saying the most important issue. How come we didn't get any cat time today? I don't know, man. Boss, he's just not interested. He's not interested. Yeah, that's a good point as well. Not really. People change their minds all the time. And that just makes it vastly more complicated and annoying. Where you're absolutely right. People say one thing one day and then do the exact opposite the next day. I've always said every single fucking person on this planet is a hypocrite. It's called being human. Okay? The biggest thing, I'll tell you right now, anybody you ever come across that can't admit they're a hypocrite or that they've been a hypocrite in their life, never listen to a fucking word they have to say because they're a liar. You know that automatically. Every single person is a hypocrite at one point in time or another. The idea is try not to be hypocritical all the time. Try to catch yourself. Try to learn from it. But it's just the truth, man. It's part of being a human being. It's part of the growth process. It looks at MBG. I mean, look, I'm worked up right now, obviously, but it's just, I understand the need to fight will always be there. That's also part of being a human being. Everybody has to decide what's worth fighting for. And I understand, like, that's the thing, is even the people that are annoying me in this moment, I'm not even that mad at them because I know where it comes from. It comes from passion. They care very much. Maybe too much. But that's where I'm saying, like, yeah, don't call me a Democrat. I'm not even a Republican either. Like, I'm neither. You know? It's like, I don't want to call myself either because it's just two sides of the same coin. Yes, they all have different beliefs and opinions on how we should live life and how we should do things. But it's like, fuck, man. Like, it seems to me like all you guys want to do is fight. Like, to me, that's all that signifies. If you say, oh, I'm a Republican, all I hear is I'm ready to fight the Democrats. If you say I'm a Democrat, all I hear is I'm ready to fight the Republicans. Because that's how everybody behaves. It's fucking annoying. Dude, I love how after all that pony ups, but I gotta keep going, man. I gotta keep going. Now I put this hoodie on, but now I'm all worked up, starting to sweat. I gotta go work out after this. That's what I gotta do. Punished old wise MBG. Dude, punished MBG. That's the funniest. I think I missed a super chat or two. I think I did. Yeah, I got a couple more here. Michael Lynch, you're saying talking about Sony always following Xbox. Phil Spencer is going to add haptic feedback on the next controller. And I think that's a great thing. I do. Dude, look, man. I believe in competition. I do. I think competition is it's a good thing. But this is why, right? Like Sony says we have to try to innovate in any way we can with the controller, haptic feedback, the triggers, and it's done really well. Like, dude, speaking of Spider-Man 2, one thing I will say, Insomniac absolutely crushed it. They absolutely crushed it with the DualSense. I think that Spider-Man 2 has the best DualSense implementation since I've experienced since Astrobot. Truthfully, it's very, very good. So the idea that Microsoft is like, maybe they were onto something here, we should do that too. Yeah, I think it would be good for them. I think Xbox players would like it too. I do. So, absolutely, Michael. Where am I here? Where am I? Perfect Image. You're saying, would you do a MBG Gamer of the Year open to it? Are you talking about Perfect Image? Are you saying if I do my own Game of the Year? Is that what you're saying? Like, would I be open to doing like a stream or like a show dedicated to talking about my Game of the Year? If that's what you're asking, I'm trying to understand the chat here. We'll definitely talk about that. That is something I would like to do. Yeah, like kind of have a stream dedicated to talking about the best games we played this year, and and my own personal Game of the Year. Absolutely. Is everyone calm again? For now. So yeah, you're saying that is what you were asking, Perfect Image. Yeah, we're definitely going to do that. It'll be a good time. Wrench, you're saying, will you be doing a dedicated stream going over each of the Game Award categories, giving your opinions on the nominees and your personal top picks? I plan to. When is that coming out? God, I'm sorry. I keep itching my nose because something is floating around me. And when is that supposed to happen? Next Monday at noon? Oh yeah, definitely. That'll be a really interesting stream. Yeah, for sure. We'll be going over that, Wrench. And I'll definitely be giving my thoughts on it. Corey Landiga says, it pisses me off when either side accuses the other of being sheep. It's embarrassing to observe how hypocritical members of both sides prove themselves to be. That's where the true struggle lies. By the way, I just checked my battery percentage. Guess what percentage my battery's at? Guess. Yes, 66. Absolutely. 66. I wonder where else it'll pop up today. We're at 55 members. So there you go. 5566. Damn, dude. 67 degrees, by the way. It says here. 67 degrees. Yeah, Corey gifted 20, Shems. Absolutely. You're saying the Nat is back? Dude, I don't know what's back, but I agree, Corey. I think it is ironic for either side to be calling either side sheep, because it's just like, I mean, there are people who behave that way, of course, where it's like you're just reciting something you heard somebody else say that you think is right. Like try to think for yourself. And if you think for yourself and you come to the conclusion that I agree with them, okay. Okay. It's like I said, man, like if you want to win people over, you got to know how to talk to people. You do. You got to know how to communicate with people, talk to them, not fucking berate them and come off like an aggressor. If you come off like an aggressor, they're just going to put their defenses up. And holy shit, as I say that, Corey Landiga, my God, man, Corey is going crazy today. Corey just dropped another 20 bomb on us, guys. Another 20 memberships dropped by Corey the Legend Landiga. W's in the chat. Unbelievable, man. B. Flesher says, oh my God, I just checked my battery and it's 66. I don't know if you're making fun of me or if you're saying that you actually had that occur too, but it's from what we talked about yesterday. Anyway, Corey the Legend does it again. He brings us up to 75 members. Another goal. I actually did this backwards, by the way. I meant to. So let me fix this. Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. The goal amount. You know, I got to ask this question. I got to ask you this question before I update this goal. I'm going to ask Corey this question, and I'm going to ask Hellbound this question. I'm going to ask Shems this question. Okay, anybody who gifted memberships today, I want you to answer this question for me in the chat. Would you prefer... Do you like the way I do the member goal where I keep increasing the goal each time? So like, for example, we hit 75. Do you want me to increase it to 100 and show 75 out of 100? Or would you prefer the goal started at 25 today? Would you prefer me to keep the goal at 25 and show how far ahead of that goal we've gotten to? So like in this case, it would say 75 out of 25. I need you guys to answer this question for me because I never really thought about it where, you know, I don't know, like I don't want to come off as like rude and like, oh, you guys need to keep hitting the goals. That's not why I do that. And I think it's only fair to ask those of you who are gifting memberships what you prefer. Shem says, I'm fine. You do you, MBG. I'm not sure. I think Hellbound's still here. You're saying the second one, bro. That's what Jay Shako says. You're saying goalpost moving seems like... You know what's weird is like, dude, I think I got called out for that recently, and I felt bad because it's like, that's actually not why I ever did that. Like, it's because when I go to update the member goal, I have certain boxes I have to fill out, and I just never thought. I never thought of it that way. But I don't know. Corey says it makes no difference to me. Okay. I just wanted to make sure because I don't want to discourage anybody. Certainly not. I like quite the opposite. So I'm going to do it this way because I think it does make more sense. So the goal amount today was 25. We're now at 75. Good stuff, man. So yeah, I do like it this way better too, actually, because it goes to show just how much you guys have obliterated the goal. So, yeah. I hope nobody ever took that the wrong way. I really never meant it to be taken like the way it's like, oh, you guys got to keep going. You got to keep doing it. No. All right, let me see. But I mean, that's what I think is very nice about you guys too. What I notice in the chat right now is everybody's basically saying you do you, man, and so it's very kind of you. It's I appreciate that. I appreciate you guys, you know, always being very accepting of the way we do things on the channel here. It's cool, man. All right. Let's see here. So Corey, once again, man, thank you for dropping those membership bombs. I was not expecting that type of support today, but you came in and you obliterated it, dude. So good stuff. Where did I leave off? We have Pony Up again. Pony Up with another chat. He says Spider-Man 2 is great, but wouldn't you complain if you had a fly in your soup? We're not finger wagging you, but this is where game development is going. Well, I appreciate it. Like, look, man, and you know what? This to me is a great opportunity for me to say this, and it's that I agree with that. Like, wouldn't you complain if you had a fly in your soup? I am not the type of person to like turn to people and say you should like don't ever complain, right? Like I think it's just like anything else. There has to be a balance. I've had times in my life where I was complaining about everything. Everything was a problem, and I was just constantly complaining. And people that I care about in my life would kind of like, some would say, "Dude, like, are you ever happy? Like, is there anything you're not complaining about?" And it just made me reflect on myself a little bit, where it's like, maybe you're right. Maybe I have to reevaluate, take a step back, think about, like, I know that there will always be things to complain about. And I know that there are things I'm going to want to complain about, and I will complain about. But I just think that it comes down to sometimes, or maybe more frequently now these days, because of the nature of the internet, because of the nature of groups and the tribalistic nature. I mean, people would say we're doing a tribalistic thing here because we're on the side of PlayStation and whatever. It can become too easy, I think, to begin to look at something that you're opposed to, that you don't like, or that might be considered as the antithesis of what it is you do and what it is you believe and what it is you care about, and allow it to take up an immense amount of space in your head. I am guilty of this. Like, I'm not going to deny that. I get called out for it all the time, specifically with something like Xbox. And it's like, there have been times where I've taken a step back and I said, yeah, maybe it is too much. Like, it's clear, like, I do have an axe to grind in this case. And, of course, there will be people who support that. There will be people who are absolutely against that. But I do get tired to a point where it's like, maybe it's not as bad as I think. Like, so I'll give you another example here really quick. Specifically gaming with Xbox. I got called out yesterday by somebody on, I don't know, some person on Twitter, where they clipped me from yesterday's stream. And it was a 1.5-minute clip. And this person clipped me. For those of you who are here today, I said, I'm paraphrasing what I said. Well, you know what? Actually, I'll just bring it up, because I'm gonna end up misquoting myself, and then it'll just make the whole thing even messier. But this is the clip that the person rating put out. Okay, so rating on just two different levels. However, the one thing I will say is, I refuse to believe and I refuse to accept that the winner in the video game industry is the one who can spend the most amount of money. Even if that is how it goes, I will quit gaming and I will be done, because that's unacceptable to me. That is a complete disservice and disrespect to what this industry is and what it's capable of, what it has been doing. Sorry. Acceptable to me. That is a complete disservice and disrespect to what this industry is and what it's capable of, what it has been doing for decades now. The notion that it's whoever can spend the most money wins. I want no part in that, truthfully. And I'm not saying that's what Microsoft is doing. I'm just saying that they are ushering in a new era where there is going to be a lot more money being spent, not just by Microsoft, but by other conglomerates as well, and other major tech companies. It's going to happen, but I will always believe that, the smaller companies, such as Nintendo, such as Sony, the companies that have made this industry, frankly, what it is in many ways, will not only survive and persist, but thrive as well, because they'll always have that touch that any corporation that's just soullessly spending money to try to win will never have. All right, so that was the clip that this person posted, and this is what they said. They said MBG basically says he will quit gaming if Xbox wins. Hopefully Xbox doesn't win, so MBG can continue to make content talking about Xbox while claiming to be PlayStation centric. So, basically an entire thread of people shitting on me for that 1.5-minute extracted from that 3.5 hour long live stream, where, I think anybody who actually took time to watch that live stream is aware that that conversation was way longer than 1.5 minutes, and the entire conversation was based around creativity and about the idea of consolidation and bigger players entering the game, potentially hampering that creativity or, removing that extreme need for creativity that people, I think, gravitate towards. Now, what is strange to me about this person clipping me is that I specifically said word for word in that clip, I'm not saying it's Microsoft. Now, granted, obviously, there are some things missing here. So I will take this opportunity to, they are cherry picking. So, I'll entertain it briefly here for a moment, but it's in the name of clarifying. When I say I would quit gaming, I did not say I will quit gaming if Microsoft wins. That's what this person said. This is where I will draw the line and I will call out the bullshit where that's not what I fucking said. Just because you listened to the words that I put together there and came to the conclusion that, he just said he would quit gaming if Microsoft wins, you can't fucking quote me because that's not what I said. If that's what you got from it, well, good for you. Maybe next time listen to the entire stream. However, what I said, when I said I would quit gaming, I said if it's whoever can spend the most money, and if you, again, listen to more than a minute and a half of that stream, whoever can spend the most amount of money and ends up potentially ruining creativity, I want no part in that. Because who does? I'm not saying that's Microsoft. The only thing I pointed out in that stream that people get so fucking butthurt over is that Microsoft kicked off the consolidation, which is fine. Like, it was probably inevitable. I'm not even faulting them for it. But we cannot ignore the fact that Microsoft kicked it off. People want to keep going back to the 90s. Well, what about what Sony did to Sega? What about it, man? Yeah, it's a similar situation. And it brought over a whole new era of gaming. And maybe that's exactly what will happen here. I am willing to be wrong. A lot of people are, they respond to me by saying, you're dumb. You don't know what you're talking about. You're completely wrong. And I always say, maybe you're right. I'm not some kind of arrogant person here saying, no, Microsoft is going to guaranteed destroy this industry. That's not what I said. I'm just out here talking about pushing for creativity. And here's the thing. Here's where I'm going to say that one thing that people are correct about, because I got a lot of flack for this. Something that people are correct about is they said, well, Microsoft is opening the doors for many of these companies, for Activision, for Blizzard. And Mike Ybarra of Blizzard is saying he actually sees this as a good thing, and this could lead to even more creativity, and basically saying that I could be completely wrong in that this consolidation could lead to more creativity. Okay? Now, look, maybe I am jumping the gun, and I can admit that, and maybe I will be wrong, that maybe somehow, some way, Microsoft consolidating or kicking off this consolidation will actually lead to more creativity. That is a possibility. Just like failure is a possibility, maybe that is as well. And I understand that people are going to get very defensive and very upset that, well, you're just going to assume the worst then, huh? I can understand if you took that from that clip where you're assuming the worst, fine. That's fair. I assumed the worst to the point where I said I'd be willing to quit gaming. Let me tell you, do you know what it would take to get me to quit gaming? It would take this industry turning to complete and utter shit from top to bottom. That's what it would take. I mean, I'm talking about just the worst types of games are the only games, and that's it. And I could tell you I would not be the only one. In fact, I think a lot of people who are Xbox fans, if the industry ever turned into that, they would probably quit too. But the idea is that's very extreme. And I understand that. I'm acknowledging that what I said was extreme. Okay? Because I don't think, no matter how bad things get in this industry, I doubt it will ever get to that point. We could see an industry crash. And if that happened, it wouldn't necessarily be the worst thing, because what it would mean is it would force the need for innovation. And we would have an entire group of consumers that are hungry for that type of innovation and creativity. I'm not saying that consolidation will lead to that crash. Something else I tried to explain that I think a lot of people didn't want to, or maybe I don't say didn't want to understand, but maybe I just didn't, again, a minute and a half clip. I don't know that it was communicated properly. Something else I wanted to explain is that when it comes to high level consolidation, I don't necessarily feel confident that those types of moves are made in the name of creativity. I'm not convinced that if Sony were to announce we're going to acquire Capcom, that that's in the name of creativity, right? No, it could be, but that's not the first thing I think, right? The first thing I think is Sony's doing this because they need to become more powerful in this industry. And they need to solidify a spot at the table. That's why. Creativity could be a part of that, but that's definitely not the driving factor, unfortunately. Now, again, could it lead to more creativity? Yes. But maybe that just speaks to my nature in which, I tend to think like, a lot of people are pointing out all these great things that Microsoft has done. Like, dude, they put out Hi-Fi Rush. They have all these different games coming. They're telling they're letting their studios do what they want. It's like, look, man, again, like I didn't say in that clip that Xbox fucked up. I didn't say in that clip that if Xbox wins, I'm done. I simply said, I even said that Microsoft, I'm not even talking about Microsoft. I was pointing out that they're the one who kicked off consolidation. Something I should have added in that moment is that, dude, I'm talking about other big entities, man, that don't know this industry. I'm talking about Amazon. I'm talking about Netflix. I'm talking about Meta. I'm talking about, all Tencent, these entities that are so massive but don't know this industry. They come in and they say, we want a piece of the action. We're going to buy them and we're going to buy them and we're just going to, and the consolidation just becomes instantaneous, right? Where suddenly EA's being purchased, Take-Two's being purchased by God knows who, not even Microsoft. At least, dude, if anything, I can at least say Microsoft has been in this industry for like 20 plus years. 20 plus years. And believe me when I tell you, I trust Microsoft more than I trust the likes of Amazon or Netflix or Meta with a publisher. I at least will give them that, right? I think everybody can agree with that. But that's the scary part, dude, is when it becomes a power grab. That's the thing. It becomes a power grab. And when that happens, I just don't imagine creativity is at the forefront. Maybe later down the line, it could become much more important. But it just simply becomes about, we got to grab this, we got to grab that, we got to secure all of it as much as we can to secure a seat at the table. And that's why I'm saying, like, that doesn't sound exciting at all. Like, that sucks. And I understand that it's like, well, again, people are pointing out, well, like Microsoft saved Bethesda, right? And Microsoft saved Activision because these companies were on the ropes, apparently. It's like, well, right now they're saved, but we have to think about what put them on the ropes in the first place. And how is Microsoft going to change that? The same can be said for Sony with Bungie. We just heard, Bungie says if it wasn't for Sony, we would have been under. How is Sony going to save them? I don't know. Bungie doesn't seem to have a solution to their own problems. Will Sony have a solution? Maybe. But this is just where it's like, why are people, I guess I understand why they're going to do it. Because it's just like they don't care. Like, dude, you can explain yourself all you want. We have you pegged. We know what you're about. We don't care what you have to say. Well, fuck you. That's what I have to say to that person, because it's like, I'm out here willing to explain myself, willing to try to, go over certain things that people are dragging me for. And it's just like, you find out that they don't want to hear any of it. They just want to drag you, dude. It's like, well, okay, well, you do your thing. But this to me was something that is worth going over again, because it needs to be understood that this is not about making the claim if Xbox wins, I'm going to quit. I want to fucking point out how fucking retarded Twitter is, where I did not say those fucking words. I did not say those words in that clip. And yet, the amount of people underneath that clip saying, what kind of person quits gaming based off of who wins and what company wins? It's not my fault that you're too stupid to realize that when I say whoever has the most money wins, it's not my fault if you're too stupid to realize that, dude, this is the name of the game in like all industries. And let me ask you something. Do people seem like they're really that enthralled with other industries right now? The movie industry, TV, music? Or are there people out here desperately crying out saying something is really wrong? Like on the creative side, on the art side of things, something is fucking wrong here. But all they hear from my mouth right now is, and Microsoft sucks, and I hate Microsoft, and Microsoft should go away. They're going to ruin the industry. No, I'm not saying Microsoft is doing anything other than they kicked it off. If anything, I am pointing out that, dude, these outside companies, corporations that have no clue about the fucking industry. I'm sorry for using the R word. I know. Probably not the best word to use, but, I'm just trying to say there are people that are either not bright or pretending to be not right in the name of trying to make me look a certain way. And it's frustrating, man. It is, because it's like, I had to say something where it's like, if you listen to my stream, I'm not saying the whole thing. If you listen to like a 10 or 15 minute segment of my stream where that minute and a half clip was taken from, you would understand what we were talking about in that moment. You would understand that there was a bigger conversation happening. But that's not what it's about, man. That's not. So, I don't know. But either way, I feel like I just kind of at least owed it to you guys. Yeah, I know. Saying, I've been telling you, MBG, you're never going to win. That's the thing. It isn't actually about winning. It's just about, like, trying to keep the facts straight here and keep things straight. Like, this person on Twitter, again, this is why I got so heated and said what I just said. This person on Twitter said, yeah, but you didn't indicate any of that in that clip. Because it's a minute and a half long clip from a 3.5 hour stream. This is how these people work on this website. And this is how they get their attention. And they don't realize just how dumb they actually are. Like, did you read what you just said? Do you think they respond? Do you think they had anything to say back? No, they don't. Because no one cares. Because you're right. You can't win. You can't win. The only thing that matters is play our game. Play our game. And everything comes full circle, man. Look, I apologize for using the word retard or retarded. All right. That was not cool of me. It just goes to show, man, like how frustrating it can be, where it gets me to a point where I feel like I'm losing my mind and I feel like I'm snapping and becoming unhinged, because it's just so clear, dude, that there there's so many people who like, they don't know me as a person. They don't, they don't know anything about my life. They don't know my hit. Like, they don't know anything about me. And I'm not saying they need to, but that doesn't stop them from just looking to attack, not realizing that it's like, do you realize what you're partaking in right now? You're partaking in what is essentially, we're trying to ruin and destroy a person, because of a clip that was taken out of context, where somebody tells a group of people, this is what this man said. And then when you listen to the clip, that's not what I said. But everybody says, no, that's what you said. It's insanity. It's actual lunacy, dude. It's actual lunacy. And it's not good, man. It's not good. So, I'm sorry, you guys, for becoming so unhinged and losing my shit here. But I'm sure there will probably be like 3 or 4 clips coming from this stream alone. But, I guess at the end of the day, it's just like, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. You just got to roll with the punches. Can't you make a longer clip with the context? I've tried to in the past, man, but that's where I learned that it doesn't matter. Like, I could add the context. I can go out of my way to, I can go out of my way to add context. I could post, I don't know if Twitter lets you do. I could post my whole stream. I could post a 15-minute video with all the it doesn't matter, dude. Like, these people have decided, like, no, this is what, like, you can do that. We'll cherry pick the next one and the next one and the next one, and we'll keep it going. And so it's like, well, all right. Can't really do anything to stop that. But let me see. We have Pony Up. He says, eat the bugs, sleep in the pod. Okay. All right, Pony Up. Shems, member for 5 months, says, maybe take a break. Love you, MBG, but everyday streams might take a toll. Don't stop. Yeah, well, of course, it's an option, but it's not so much about taking a break. It's just, look, man, the reality is, what I'm learning about the reality is that I keep believing that there's some kind of compromise, like that's the whole thing. And the only compromise the only thing I could do that would, I think, and I'm not even sure that this would guarantee it, but the only thing I could realistically try to do is never talk about Xbox or Microsoft, because for some reason, these guys, more than anything, like, they have a big problem with me. And if I had to guess, it's because, I don't know, like, I guess maybe in the past I was very hard on Xbox, and I got a lot of attention for giving my thoughts on that console, with the Xbox One and the brand and where they were headed. And I remember at that time, like, there were some people who also had a problem with me, but I guess it's just, again, that it was one of these situations where the majority of people were like, yeah, man, I don't know. Xbox seems to be not in a great place. And what's weird about this situation is, like, that is completely turned around. And I think that's what's happening is, like, I've said it before and I'll say it again, like, people, and I got to give Microsoft credit for this. I'm not necessarily saying I agree with the way in which they did it, but they did it either way, where they completely turned it around, dude. Xbox completely turned it around. They won the masses over people are very much excited about their future. They're excited about Activision being owned by them. They're excited about Game Pass. They're excited about all these things. And I think that's great. Like, I actually don't see what's weird is I don't have a problem with any of that. But the only thing I feel the need to just let people know is like, just be careful how much confidence you're willing to have, because these things could backfire. And I say that from experience, as in like, you know, I was an Xbox fan and I had that kind of energy too. And I saw that, oh man, like it can backfire pretty badly. That's all. But MBG, every time I see you on, you're always shilling for PlayStation. It's not that deep. Yeah, I know. I shill for PlayStation by letting them know that I'm not happy with their price increases for PlayStation Plus for the yearly subscriptions. I know, man. I know. I shill too much for Sony when I say I don't understand why they increased the price of the digital model by $50. And I think it's pretty ridiculous that they're selling a $30 stand. You know, all things I'm on record saying. I know, I'm just shilling for Sony when I say, man, I really hope that they buy a major third-party publisher and make their games exclusive so that we can have more exclusive games and Xbox gets less games. I know, man. You're saying even a huge French content creator is facing the same issues when he talks about the bad stuff happening PlayStation or Nintendo. The fans are fine. When he talks bad on Xbox, oh boy. Yeah, it's insanity, dude. It is. It is. I have people, yeah, dude, you're saying MBG's paid millions to shill like Colt for Xbox. Yeah, I wish, dude. I wish. Yeah, that's what makes things even stranger to me, is I'm seeing people like Colt Eastwood like showing up under these threads where I'm being clipped. Where it's like, dude, you can't talk. Like, are you kidding me? Like, the guy who takes pictures with Xbox executives is going to chime in and dogpile. And people are going to like say, yeah, this is great. What? Dude, you gotta be kidding. If anything, that just goes to show how fucking ridiculous it is, man. That just goes to show where it's like, it's very clear, like, what we're witnessing here. And it's no offense to Cole Eastwood either. Like, I don't have a problem with that guy. I'm just saying, like, dude, that guy is literally a shill. Like, he actually, and it's like, fine. Like, I don't know, maybe he embraces it, but he actually gets like special privileges because he talks positively about Xbox. Which, it's like, if you're Microsoft, that's smart. Like, Microsoft is being smart by doing that, where they're like, yeah, dude, take care of these guys. Right? And I can already see right now there's probably going to be a clip out there like, oh, MBG gets upset because Sony ignores him. Like, no, I've made it pretty clear that I've gotten many offers, not necessarily from Sony, but many offers all around where it's like, I'm good, man. Like, I'm not trying to be on the inside. It's fine. I don't feel comfortable being on the inside because it's like, dude, if I got to shit on a company for a shitty thing they're doing, I'd rather not have any tether to them. You know, like, yes, I may be a PlayStation fan, but believe me, if Sony makes a bad decision, I'm gonna be one of the first people to come out and be like, yeah, what the fuck are they doing? You know? A private jet deal. That'd be great. MBG versus Colt beef official. It's not even beef. It's just, dude, like, that's where we're at, man. That's where we're at. Where a person like that can dogpile and everybody's like, yeah, man, like, nice shot. It's like, okay. I don't get it. But maybe that's, again, it's just the pendulum swinging, dude. UFC fight. No, dude, I'm good, dude. I'm not trying to get violent with anybody over video game. That would be crazy, bro. MBG, you're getting clipped for that. You just said content creators are getting special treatment by Xbox. I'm sorry, Please don't clip that. They're not. You're right. They're not. That was a lie. I apologize. They're not getting special treatment. No. I was wrong for saying that. I was totally, yeah, I don't know where that comes from. They're not. Please. I'm sorry. All right, let me see. The contextual gamer, you're saying it's cool. The real blah, blah, blah aren't watching you. I hear you. We have, where are we at here? Akuma Aaron says people misrepresent arguments to not acknowledge their bad reasoning. They want an enemy to point at. It's just better to let them mature on their own. Yeah, I know. I mean, I like I said, man, I understand the psychology behind it, but it doesn't make it any less ridiculous, you know? I don't get it. Please don't clip that too late. I don't know, man. Maybe I'm just going to start doing if it wasn't so time consuming, dude, I'm just going to start taking I'm going to dedicate my Twitter to just releasing 2-minute clips, like every 2 minutes of every stream. I don't know if I could set up some kind of like bot or something to do that. Some kind of AI, which like it just rolls out 2-minute clips every 15 minutes. So it's the entire stream, but in 2-minute clips. So if you feel like you didn't get enough context, just scroll up and the next 2 minutes is right there waiting for you. Or you could just watch the stream. You know, MBG, you know someone's clipping this right now saying MBG doubles down on quitting gaming if Xbox wins. Oh, man. No, man. That's funny stuff. You're probably not wrong, though. You're probably not wrong. Post your own. That is the best idea, dude. That right there is the best idea. Oh, I might do that. I might. Yes. That's so funny. Dude, that is such a great idea. Absolutely. Miles, you're saying the new PS5 revision disk drive issue sucks, man. Like the requirement to be online to set it up. We need to call that out. No, I did. I talked about that. I do think it's number one, I do think it sucks because it's just, as I've stated this on stream, I said that the ideal scenario is one where you don't have to connect your console to the internet at all to use it and play your games on it. That's the ideal situation for all console manufacturers. But at the same time, it's like, you know, I while I can acknowledge it sucks, it's not that big of a deal to me personally, where, you know, my console's always connected to the internet. But yeah, it's not ideal, man. And it's worth noting, Sony had to do this by law. We have to acknowledge that. And that's something that's very important to this conversation. Because it's a detachable disk drive, by law, they are mandated legally to have that one-time internet verification. It's for, you know, piracy reasons and stuff like that. And it's a whole thing. So I just think it's very important to understand that, you know, we could make the argument like, well, maybe Sony shouldn't have made it detachable in the first place, but, you know, I guess the real question is this, is if it wasn't a law, would Sony still require that? I don't know. Saying it's not like Xbox really just did it for kicks. I mean, I think it's understandable why Xbox did it, because they're pushing for that future more than anybody. Which, again, if you embrace that future, there's no problem. But it may, you know, most of you're talking about an audience that, you know, is subscribed to a service where you're renting games. So of course they're not. Most people aren't going to have a problem with it on the Microsoft side of things. Makes sense. So I appreciate the super chat, Miles. We also have Pony Up, who says, so you're complaining about something you don't like. You got me. You got me. Well, to be fair, Pony Up, I'm talking about, you know, me being like my reputation on the internet being completely decimated, not necessarily just a thing I don't like. I mean, of course, I am complaining about it, yes. But Pony Up, he got me. He got me. The gotcha moment. What everybody's after these days. That's all that matters. The gotcha moment. But yeah, send me right to jail right away. No, but I, you know, a bit too ranty today. Tomato. Yeah, I hear you, man. With all those clips, there will be beef tomorrow. Listen, man, here's the final thing I'll say on it. And I think that this is probably the truest thing. I mean, everything I've said is true, but I think it's like this is at the heart of it. Something that it has become very clear is you either are with me or you're not. And I didn't make it that way, unfortunately. I don't want it to be that way. I wish, and I hope that more people are open to listening to what I have to say more than, you know, beyond just a minute and a half, 2-minute clip, because I say a lot. And I think that most people would find that I have things that I say that they agree with. I have things that I say that they don't agree with. I have things that they say that they think are, wow, that's a great take. I have other things where you say, that's a dumb take, dude. That's a dumbass take. That's how it is. You know, I'm a person and I have many things to say across time. So I think that unfortunately it's just people have created a scenario where from what I can tell, there's a group of people that have decided that they will never be with me, no matter what. And Boss finally wants to join us. Come on. You know, and I definitely am not a fan of the us versus them type shit. I'm not a fan of that. But that is just the truth. And so, yeah, to the people who are clipping this or, you know, whatever you're doing. Well, first off, thank you for watching my stream. Thank you for giving me viewership. Thank you for giving me your time. Because, I mean, there's nothing more valuable in this life than your time. So thank you for that. I'm not giving you my time. Well, maybe I am right now. I gave you some time today. So we're even in that case. But thank you for watching the stream. And, you know, if you want to keep putting me out there, go ahead. Go ahead. But one thing I can say is that it has been proven that you can clip me all day, every day. You can waste your time. You can waste your energy. Maybe you can try to make a little bit of money off of it. I'm sure that's probably what most people are trying to do. But there is a community here. There's a community here that, I mean, they matter a hell of a lot more. You know? And I am thankful for that, you know? Because at the end of the day, for as annoying as it can be, for as tiresome as it can be, the one thing that remains true and that actually matters is that there is I'm going to cry, man. You guys are bringing tears to my eyes. No, but really though, there is a community here that genuinely cares about me as a person, but also about the channel, about me and what we talk about. And that, I think that says something, man. I do. I think that really says something. And I'm not saying that in like a arrogant way. I'm not saying that in like a, oh, I'm better than this person. Nothing like that. I'm just saying that it reveals something, man. That the people who are trying to do what they're doing right now, where it's like they waste all their time clipping me and, trying to drag whatever. I mean, go ahead. Like, tarnish my reputation, do what you want. But do you have people in your corner who care about you this much? Darcy says, MBG, you cry like a big baby when you see Xbox winning. Imagine seething this much that you make a cope stream about it. Like, who cares? This is what companies do. They don't care about you. No, I agree. This isn't a cope stream. Well, I don't know. I guess if you want to see it as a cope stream, it's where the topics ended up going. Listen, man, I have acknowledged in the past that I have overreacted to things. I even said that in this stream, that I overreact to things at time. Even right now, this is probably all an overreaction. I've acknowledged this. And it happens sometimes, I just think it's funny that people hide behind their fake, their internet profile pictures, and they pretend, yeah, I don't overreact to anything. Stop chewing my wires. Come on. I think that's funny, Wow, that sun is, god damn, I can't see shit. I got to maneuver here. What is happening, bro? That sun just came out of nowhere. That's how you know this stream's going on too long. God damn, blinded by the light. I see the light. I see it. Oh, man. Somebody says they blame Pony Up. Dude, it is Pony Up. It is your fault, bro. You got everything off the rails, bro. You got it off the rails. No, I'm just kidding. I appreciate all the super chats, Pony Up. And like I said, look, man, I would prefer this to be a place where people can agree to disagree. That's all. Truthfully, that's all I would like. You can have your opinions. You can have strong opinions, but I just don't want this to be a place where people are going to come and start fighting each other, But yeah, that's just, I guess, the final thing I have to say here is, look, man, I know it's easy to hide behind a profile picture on the internet and be a, keyboard warrior and clip other people and, even other content creators that aren't willing to go on camera, which is like fine. I can understand why you don't want to, but they'll call out other people. Meanwhile, they won't, I don't know. It's all very strange to me. And it's this culture of dunking on other people, getting one up on other people. Even that person right now that just says like, you're always crying. And it's like, dude, okay. Like, then why are you, then go away. Like, why are you watching my content? You see what I'm saying? Like, if that's what it is to you, if it's just crying, then what do you want from me? Like, you want to tell me how I should behave on my own stream? No, just go watch the clips that people are putting out there, right? Because there's plenty of them. Or just don't watch. Anybody who is like, oh, you're just crying, you bitch. It's like, well, you must like it then. I don't know. I don't know, man. It is what it is. It's just, the pendulum will swing again. It always does. And it'll be interesting to see where it ends up this time. But yeah, all this, oh my God, MBG, we don't care. I know. At this point, I waffle on a lot, but man, I'm really waffling on now. I'm really waffling on. I don't know, maybe this is a good point to end the stream. Because people get hired to cry in Japan. What? Wait, what? I'm a little confused about that. I need some explanation here. But yeah, all this is to basically just say that, look, man. Yeah, end it. Fatality. Yeah, it's over, bro. The stream is done. You know what really fucked me up, though? When the stream froze. When the stream froze. Like, because I was this close to ending it and starting another one, and I really didn't want to. But, man, it came through, but it still messed me up. I was all like, wait, where are we? What were we talking about? I was literally sitting here typing in the chat. All right, but all this is to say that I appreciate you guys. I know you know that, but I mean that. Something that's important for me to let you guys know, and I'll leave you with this positive note because I know it's just been a lot of negativity. I think that the second half of the stream was just mostly negativity. But I do want to leave you guys with a more positive note, and that is, look, for as much bullshit as there is out there, you guys are what cuts through it all. And that's important for you to understand. That's important for me to acknowledge. I can't stop anybody from doing what it is they want to do, but I know why I do what I do. And it's because of you guys, you know? It's because I know that, sure, maybe people say some shitty things. You know, they make their jokes, and that's fine. But what I also know is that there are a lot of people, there's a whole group of people here that are interested to hear what I have to say. And they want to support that. And so, you know, that is something that they can never take away. And I just want to acknowledge that. So, yeah, good shit, guys. And actually, with that being said, this is where we can segue to the... You're saying the lighting reminds me of interviews with people under witness protection. Dude, it's because I didn't mean for the stream to go on this long. And, dude, it's God, man. It's coming for me. It's coming for me. The sun. It's... All right, this is a good time for me to segue to the outro. As always, guys, thank you so much for joining my stream. Thank you for watching. We hit the 4-hour mark today. Dude, I thought today was going to be like a 2.5-hour stream. Maybe some of this content was a bit, some of the discussion was a bit unnecessary, but either way, I appreciate you guys showing up. I appreciate you guys hanging in there when the stream seemed like it died for a good 5 minutes. You hung in there, and I think we finished off pretty strong. I also want to make sure I thank everybody who gifted today. Obviously, Corey Landiga. I'm not sure if he's still here or not, but he dropped a bunch of membership gifts today. Showed immense support for this community, immense support for the channel, and we thank him for that. Shems, Hellbound, everybody else who donated super chats. Thank you guys for keeping the dream alive and allowing me to be able to talk to you guys, to do these streams, to talk about gaming and, you know, do a little bit of crying here. Thank you. Really appreciate it. It's awesome. So, all right, with that being said, I also want to give one more shout out to Devil Shooter. Devil Shooter does the timestamps for all the streams. He does a phenomenal job. If you see him in the comments, give him a big thank you. I know he really appreciates that. Thank you for what you do, Devil Shooter. Good stuff, man. And one last request before you guys head out. Take a second and just hit that like button to let me know you enjoy the streams. And that's it. I'm going to go cry in a corner, you know, until I can find the motivation to do another stream. No, I'm going to go eat. I'm going to go work out, and then I'm going to cry in a corner. Okay. And then I'm going to evaluate my life. And then we're going to do this again very soon. All right. So that does it, guys. Enjoy the rest of your day. I will catch you guys in the next one. So until then, take care, everyone.